Hello, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome back to another episode of Tales from the Cosmos. And we're kind of in and we're kind of in Cosmos today. Except a different part of Cosmos. Last we left off, our brave adventurers had solved some, well, mysteries and whatnot on the way to Brunton in the South Sea, where a message had been sent. A message to one Agatha Vendrill. I believe that is how we pronounce her last name, yes? And that message of sending did not, in fact, go towards Farcaller, the end destination of that group, but instead went somewhere far polar, farther to the north. Let's set the scene. We're on a vast plain of ice, with the wind whipping past whipping past our party. Party who has just settled down for the night. There's Pulvari, Samir, Aki, and two unfamiliar figures to our audience. Let's get some descriptions of those two unfamiliar figures.
Alrighty, so we have two very mythical figures here. Alright, we have the bitch sister and the son of the son of Godzilla. Um, you know, looking much more like his abyssal parent than his we'll say if that's even a proper term you can give grandma. But yeah, so we'll start with Agatha because she's easier to describe. She looks like a very normal old lady, but as we all know, those are spooky as fuck for real though. But yeah, so she's she got her little cane. She's those like old lady gowns. They're like, yeah. I don't know how to describe them other than calling them old lady gowns. You don't ever see anyone but old women wearing them, and that's not like a bash or anything. Because like, I'd probably wear them if I knew where to get them. They're really comfortable. They look really comfortable. But you know, and she does. If you look at her eyes, one is a blue eye, while her other is a violet eye. Right.
Spoopy. And the other one?
Oh, what?
And the other one?
Oh, the other one's blue.
No, the other figure in the party.
Oh, yeah. So we've got this really short, both of them are really short, but like, I don't know how to describe him other than like he's got like scaled hands almost, but you can see like splotches of fur, and you can really tell that his dad was a Shemazian, is what I'm saying here, right?
Okay.
He's also very clearly not a Shemazian. He's really short. He's like on his hind leg. He is a bipedal individual, right?
Gotcha.
Yeah,
Wait, oh, his father was a what?
Shemazian.
What?
Slaughter demon.
Oh, right.
Mutilation.
Okay, never mind.
Yeah.
Thank you. I was thinking a dog, and I was like,
No.
okay.
That's a
a
Shih
very
Tzu.
Yeah, that's a Shih
I thought it was
Tzu.
a Shih Tzu mixed with something. I was like giggling like Shih Tzu, Maz, I was like, what is this? What kind of dog is this? I wanted to see what a Shamazi looked like. And I
All right,
said,
so hold on. Now I have to put this out there, guys. Grandma may be out there getting with demons and other stuff, but she does not get with dogs. Please and thank
What?
you.
she'll get with a dragon. All right.
Yeah, she'll get with a dragon, not a dog.
Dragons are sentient and safe.
I was gonna say dragons
Uh,
can consent.
I mean, so can dogs in this universe. There's literally a dog race now. So I mean,
Stop.
Yikes! That's a yikes for me, Chief.
Yeah.
That's a yikes if I ever heard one.
but no, they did add a dog race, and it's really
Yeah,
just
they have the
Yeah.
fucking pug people. They're
Yeah, it's-
fantastic.
Shoonies. They're called
It's someone-
shoonies. They're called
it's probably
shoonies.
because people were like, "Why are there cat folk but no dog folk?" And so Paizo was like, "Fine, have a dog folk."
Can you imagine a fucking chuny fucking rogue sneaking around? No one can find him, but they can hear.
But yeah, he's. But yeah, so his parent is very clearly a Shemazian, and the other one is grandma. So we didn't expect anything to look normal coming out of her.
Fair.
Oh,
But yeah.
Shamazian is still a dog. Okay.
What's that?
I was like, "Oh, Shamazian is still a dog." Now that I know what I'm looking for.
It's not a dog.
Uh,
Don't they have crab hands?
What? No, they have they have these big scaled claws. Depending on which picture you're looking at.
almost every single picture is this.
Which one are you looking at? Hold on.
There's one that doesn't look like that, but the others, all of them look like that. That's why. They're a dog. Or maybe a tiger. Could be a tiger. It's hard to tell. Well, I can imagine you're just hard dog.
That's a horrifying thought, and I hate it. Thanks, I hate it.
Sit boy.
I hate it. Thank you. I hate it.
Continue.
But yeah. So yeah, green scaled claws, and very dark, almost black, spots of fur. Not really fur, just he looks more so really hairy, right?
Okay.
Yeah. It's I don't know if it's appropriate to call it fur. It probably hard to tell the difference, right? With how much there is. But yeah. And because I also wanted to throw in a cliche, he's also got horns. What about it? Because all tieflings have horns, right?
Of course.
Of course.
So, you have been traveling together for probably 2 weeks. How has everybody gotten along?
You're part demon. Samir avoids you.
That's fair.
Fair.
Yeah.
Like he don't care.
How's Pulvari getting along with them?
Her and Hagatha are probably the ones that don't get along the most, just because Pulvari is alpha queen bitch. But other than that, I mean, she's been around weird shit before, so she's fine with Torzak. She knows
gonna
say,
you're
right.
Samir.
She was around bricks.
She was around grandma. She's met his mother.
Oh god.
But she's doing her usual thing, where like she's a loudmouth that talks a lot. So they've been putting up with her, but she's also knows that she's the one with cozy cabin every day. So shut the fuck up or don't go in the cabin.
Hey, dude, Torzak can forage all the food we need. It's all good.
She still probably doesn't let him sleep in any of the cots in the cabin.
That's rude. How would?
How many does Cozy Cabin fit?
It has cots for 3 to sleep in, but it's got enough of a. It's 20 feet by 20 feet by 10 feet.
Aki and Samir can set up camp outside. This is literally
Well,
where they're from.
Even if you're not in the cot, there's room enough for you to like put down a sleeping bag.
Aki and Samir will probably still sleep outside.
In
Not because
the sub-zero temperatures?
where they're from.
Do you have something mechanical to help you with that, though?
Tents. I don't know. Like, I'm assuming a tent would be mostly sufficient. Also, cold resist.
All right? They do have resistant. That's why I was asking if there was anything mechanical.
Let me check. Samir might have to sleep inside if it gets too cold. Aki, no.
Gotcha.
He has a lot of resistance to cold. I think I'm trying to figure out where it is. I think he treats cold as one step lower.
All right.
Just trying to figure out where that's located.
All right. I have finally found a picture. All right. Let's get this picture on your guys' screen. Oh, we got a long way to go. Sorry. One sec.
Oh, yeah, they have cold resistance equal to half their level, and they treat environmental cold effects as if they're one step less extreme.
Well, all right then.
Yeah, both of them have that.
Good to hear.
I did not realize Samir is supposed to have that too, so I need to give him some more cold resist. Oh, wait, he has
That
to.
works. All right. Move us right on over. So, the plains have been quiet tonight. Windy, but it's always windy on the plains. The aurora borealis is very, well, it's always enchanting, no matter
At this
how many
time of day, at this time of year, localized entirely within this campaign.
That is correct. Oh, I'm sorry. Yes.
May I see it?
May I see it?
No.
Oh.
Sorry, I had to.
No.
I
I've
love
even
it.
got some aurora borealis here. It's not really the beautiful rivers that you see in the sky, but
That's
with
why
beautiful rivers of green and purple.
that is literally Polura.
Mhm.
To Samir and Aki.
Polvari's explaining how, like, well, Aurora Borealis is just the effect of the sun's rays being reflected over the atmosphere.
Not in Magic Land, shut up.
Can be both.
No.
No. Are you talking as Daniel or are you talking as Samir?
Yeah.
That's Daniel.
Okay. Okay. Settling down for the night. Although, here this far north, it is always dark. Always. There is no... Well, here, let's just go to the world map. You are right around, well, here. Let me just throw Polvari's lovely face out there to show. Polvari.
Look at this favorite.
You're a little giant though, Polvari. Let's fix that.
I cast enlarge.
Even then,
I'm big enough to be seen from space.
so, you are, you're probably about there. And let's see, we started this campaign in September. Not actually in September, but like in-game September. At this point, it is about, well, it's early October. And at this time of the year, the sun starts to completely disappear from the northern sky entirely for about 3 months out of the year, just like it does here. Just like for them in the summer, they get 3 months of sun, which to me is scary. I would not want to have 3 months of sun. So, settling down for the night. Everybody's doing probably their usual routines. And everybody make me a yes, it would be a perception check.
That's an
Mhm.
attack. Oh wait, never mind. For some reason, when you rolled, my whole thing shot to the top, and it showed you rolling an attack as Sivern. That was weird. Sorry. Hold
And if
up.
it
Oh
helps
wait, never mind.
anything, Polvari does have dark vision.
I was like, why does Samir have higher perception than a key? And I was like, oh yeah, because wisdom.
Well, all right then. Agatha.
Yeah, my bad.
Agatha does not roll. Agatha is sleeping, like old ladies do.
Speaking of which, Agatha, how has the cold been on your joints?
Oh, it's not. It's not very pleasant, I assure you. But I'm suffering along just fine.
She is not like her sister.
No, she's not. See, but here's the thing, all right, and you'll probably come to understand this. Grandma is outwardly mean. Agatha is very inwardly mean.
Oh, God. Yeah, I hurt you. Just with words.
Like, literally
Yeah.
curses.
Yeah, she's a curse caster. It's fine. She doesn't. Hey, guys, Agatha doesn't get angry. She gets even.
So, now, one thing that has always bugged you guys a little bit is the fact that so far in your travels, no one you've met has actually been able to tell you the precise location of Deep Blue or how to get in. Most people, let's see, here would know stories of. Samir, Aki, you may have heard some stories from other monks in the monastery about well, they're not a very kind people, they would say. If you end up wandering on into Deep Blue territory, you're more likely to be kept there and made to never divulge their secrets than be allowed to leave.
Ah. Okay. It's good to
Now
know.
as, now as for that perception check. Everyone who scored a 30 or higher.
High five, Agatha.
Hell yeah.
You hear what sounds like it's a low rumbling in the distance, but it's rhythmic, like many footsteps working in tandem.
Oh, like not stepping, like running, stepping.
Kind of does sound like that, yes.
Okay, is this the day?
Hey, what's that?
Is this daytime or are we still camping? Like
No,
are they all on their hut?
you've just put down for camp.
Okay.
And there is no sunlight, sundown in this time of the year up
Right.
here.
That's
It's
what I meant,
all
like
just
for
yeah.
us personally.
For you guys, you guys are not gonna have to worry about exhaustion or anything like that. That's not gonna be an issue here, because you're already exhausted and tired and cold.
That's what the cozy cabin's for.
Now, remind me, how does Cozy Cabin work?
I create a 20 by 20 by 10 conjured structure. Well, it's a magical item that has the structure trait. It looks like a wooden cabin with opaque, smoky windows, and when you go inside, it's relatively bare in terms of furnishing, but there's 3 cots, a chamber pot, as well as a roaring fireplace. And
Yes.
and one casting lasts for 12 hours.
Right. Okay.
Oh, you
Alright.
can't exit the hut.
I was going to say, so words,
I don't think this is
enemies.
like Tiny Hut.
Okay.
I think enemies can see it.
Okay.
I think the only conjuration spell like that the enemies can't see us would be if I was using rope trick.
Or is Magnificent Mansion?
I think Magnificent Mansion creates at least a small thing that people can see from the outside, like a door or something.
Oh no, it's once inside you can shut the entrance, making it invisible for Magnificent Mansion.
For Magnificent, but isn't that like a 9th level spell?
7th level. We're so close.
Yeah, I won't need Cozy Cabin anymore.
Yeah.
Celadol.
Mm-hmm.
In all your days wandering the caverns of ice and crystal, you never thought it would end like this. I have a feeling you're probably running from what you've accidentally disturbed. And what you've disturbed is a frost worm.
Oh, WORM or WYRM?
WORM.
Okay, a worm, not a
Right.
tiny dragon.
No. Although this thing is just, it could be as bad. Considering, let's see here. Considering it happens to be slowly gaining on you at this point. However, maybe not all is lost. There is a small, dim glow in the distance.
Oh yeah, he's definitely sprinting dead heat towards the glow.
And as you're moving on, maybe the frostworm tries to take a bite at you and misses, hitting the snow and ice right behind you. And it lets out a screech. And everybody in the in the camp hears that screech.
Oh, you know Polvari's fucking got a fireball ready in her hands. It's like, sounds like Din Din's come to us.
Is it a recognizable screech for dwellers of the north?
Well, maybe make me a knowledge. If you have knowledge in the north, yeah?
I'm
No?
not a fucking Stark. I do. I actually do. Arctic
look at
lore. I forgot I have Arctic lore.
Let's see.
What the fuck?
Ah. Oh. Okay. So, you see a single glowing red eye in the distance, and you immediately know this is a frost worm. It seems to be following something that you can't quite make out in the distance. Something headed straight towards the camp.
Yeah, I rouse the camp. Quickly, everyone, 2 arms. That's Samir.
Okay.
Oh, Aki is so screwed. We're in the north. It's great for him defense-wise, bad for him attack-wise.
Saladol, you're getting closer, and you can finally make out individual details. There seems to be some sort of glowing light coming from a small cabin, and there are figures pouring out of it.
One of
Into
them
the
with a
cold,
fireball
windy
in its
frost.
hands.
One with a fireball in its hands. Agatha,
Yep.
what are you two doing?
Oh. Well, I'm glad you asked. Torzek is already we'll say entered tiger stance, right?
Okay.
And Agatha's gotten up and prepared to deal with the situation if necessary.
Saladol, you're now close enough that you can see individuals' faces. And everyone that's in the camp can see, yes, a huge white worm, probably 35 feet long, is making a beeline straight towards this camp.
How far away is it?
Well, after trying to eat Celadol and smashing its face into the ground, it paused for a moment. It's probably 200 feet out.
Hold on, let me see what the distance is on Wall of Fire.
So we can roll initiative because some of us can attack almost that far.
Yeah, where's Wall of Fire?
But then you run the risk of Celadol getting caught before he gets to us.
No, well, Polvari's gonna wait until it's 130
20
feet
feet?
away.
Oh.
Well, no, she wants to create the wall in front of it. She doesn't want to catch it inside the wall. She wants to put it in front of it to scare it off. But she's going to prepare a wall of fire.
Celadol, you feel the ice. You're almost to the edge. As a matter of fact, as you do make it to the edge of this little camp with its cold rays, you see multiple people here. It's a short dwarf, something that looks like it's out of a horror novel. Then, something that looks like it's out of a horror novel. Then a guy with green skin and scales. I'm sorry, Agatha.
Wait a minute. What? Wait a minute.
I was say, did you just call Aki and Samir out of a horror novel?
No,
Wait, what?
no. Aki, Samir are there as well. But behind you, right as this frostworm gets into range, I'm assuming Polvari, you let this wall of fire go?
Yep, it's at 120 feet. She creates a 5-foot thick wall of flames that is 60 feet across and 10 feet high.
All right. As you lay down these flames, magical flames pop up. This worm has not had the chance to slow down. And plows straight into this wall of flame. Hey, look, it has weakness to fire. I wonder why. It begins to flail and thrash around, and that's when all of you feel the ice beneath your feet begin to crack. And as it slams its head into the ground again and again, it gives way.
Aki grabs Samir.
Dropping everyone into the cold, dark depths.
No, I have fly. Just kidding.
No, I fly.
Yeah, no, actual factual Torzek will summon wings.
What's the casting time on that?
It's just 2 actions.
2 actions as you're falling through the sky.
Casual. It's fine.
Just casual.
I'm going to say that's enough to slow your descent so you don't hurt yourself. Maybe you take a few moments to hover just slightly above the ground until you realize There's lots more ice coming down.
Yeah.
Can everyone please make me a reflex save?
Hold on, I'm checking to make sure I don't have something to
Fuck,
protect myself
word.
with magic.
We're using a reroll on that.
Agatha.
All right.
Cat, no. Get down. No. Oh, sorry, hold on. I'm fighting a cat who was literally just forcing her way into my lap. Okay.
Do I get a bonus to that with reflex?
Stop it.
Oh, I do. From
Damn
what did I
it.
put half? Oh, I have bulwark from plate armor.
Calm down, cat. I love you. Damn, Samir and a key. I'm gonna regret all these high rolls later.
Would you consider this an area of effect thing, Gunner? For the purposes of bulwark?
Oh, sorry, I was muted. Yeah, sure. I mean, everybody's falling together. Everyone's gonna hit the ground together.
Oh no, that just means I get the +3 bonus to that 29.
Okay. Celadol, Porvari, Keeper, and a key. You all somehow manage to avoid being crushed by huge pillars of ice. And your fall probably of 20 feet.
Wait, hold on. What about
Good thing
Torsak?
Celadol has catfall.
Oh, sorry, Torzek too.
I was like, wait a
Agatha.
minute, what?
You... Oh, it takes you a moment to kind of come to. When you do, you've got a lap full of, well, for lack of a better term, shaved ice, more or less. And a ping in your ear saying, "You've got mail."
God damn it.
It's a message spell for you.
I'll answer the message.
It's a recording from your, well, niece, yes? Erin Davabar. And she's relaying some information from your sister.
That's
She
the
wants
first
you to
several seconds
apparently-
of the message.
She wants you to I'm trying to think what we asked you to do.
It was
Let you know that they're on their way to Farcaller.
and also to look
Davabar
into that
State.
library.
Right.
Yeah,
And
and
then
yeah,
the message ends. Do you have the opportunity for a reply with message?
it's sending, but I don't recall.
I think so.
Sending, you can reply.
You can?
Mm-hmm.
All right.
Because it says send a telepathic message and receive a reply.
Please just say "fuck you" back.
The response that I gave was, I'll
Wrong number. Who does?
be there as soon as I can. I'm a little caught up in things at the moment. And she totally does owe me, by the way.
I remember that. God, this music is so good.
Yeah, I remember Grandma getting really upset.
And dinner's on her next time.
This looks familiar. This was almost one of the pictures I was going to give you guys for meeting the
Hell yeah,
dragon.
dude.
Can't remember.
Oh, I see the watermark now. Dang it. Oh,
The
well.
bitch dragon.
Can't remember your own dragon? Shame, Daniel, shame.
Low lie. That's what it was.
Yeah, low life.
Low life, yeah.
God damn it. Anyway,
Maybe that's why he forgot. He was just like, oh yeah, it's. But then, casually forgot so that we didn't remember it was low life.
So, you all dust yourselves off, kind of maybe shake your head. Looking up, you see. Well, there is the hole where you came out of. Way up there. What seems to be hundreds of feet. Looking around, you seem to have fallen in a cavern filled with ice and crystal. And every now and again, a tree, petrified, a trunk, branches, sometimes even leaves trapped within the ice. It seems once upon a time there had been a forest here, but the tundra and the ice had buried it so far beneath the surface that it's a wonder if anybody knew it had ever existed. Looking around, these caverns are massive. There seems to be no end to this giant vaulted ceiling in sight. And in the distance, you see something twinkling on the ceiling. It's maybe, you're not sure. It's almost like a reflection from water, a shimmering almost.
It's not green, is it?
No, it's not Aurora Borealis, but it's a shimmering pattern on the ceiling, and over towards the other end of this cavern, you see. Are those blue lights? They managed to somehow add to the icy beauty of this place. At the same time, it's almost as if it's frozen in, well, it's frozen in time, forgotten to the world. So what's the play? You've got a person in your party that you haven't met before.
Who's gonna stand up and start dusting themselves off?
Celadol, you've been in some caverns around here, but not one as big or as vast as this.
And from underneath his hood, he's definitely giving an appreciative look around the place. But before he's like, oh, how rude of me. Does anyone need help?
Glare from a key. You just brought things around to us.
Yes, please. I do require assistance. That would be completely
And
appreciated.
you get when he holds out his right hand to help you up, you notice it's completely made out of crystal. He's wearing red and black robes with a hood drawn up that covers most of him. He seems to be carrying what looks just like a staff, but with a crystalline axe head and billhook out of the back.
Thank you. I appreciate it. It's not often that people are helping a lady anymore. It's so unfortunate, I swear.
Oh,
I
yeah,
swear.
you're so frail and unfortunate.
Side glance from a key. It's just like, yeah, sure.
I can kind of understand Aki's reservations. I mean, there's a reason that they're down there. It's not up there. Matter of fact, question: if the ground gives way, what happens to Cozy Cabin? Does it just dispel, or
when there's no ground that it's on, I imagine it just dispels.
It can take damage and stuff, so I'd assume, yeah, a collapsing ground underneath it would just break it.
There's no longer the ground that I cast the spell on. I assume it just dispels it.
it would be kind of funny though to see it just floating up there.
It's like a fucking
Maybe
Minecraft. It's just floating.
Even better and much more horrifying would be if it fell. Please
That's what I'm
don't.
saying. It should just be shattered on the ground nearby.
I imagine like as soon as Polvari like lost complete concentration like that, we could say
Oh,
she
that too.
couldn't hold. Like it's not a concentration spell, but we could just say like she's no longer focusing the magical energies.
You really
Right.
don't want us to break your cabin, do you?
Fuck, it doesn't matter. I'll just make another one tomorrow.
It appears broken in pieces. Shit.
Bullshit.
See, that's why I wouldn't let your dog sleep on the cots.
Just throws
Oh.
her fucking spell book into fucking like just away. She's like, bullshit magic fucking shite. I should have become a fucking fighter.
By the way, is music appropriate level for everybody?
Yep.
Yeah.
Beautiful.
Got. I love. It's perfect. I love. Yes.
Poor stream. They can't hear all this.
Blame Twitch.
Unfortunate.
Well, and that's where I would have to get in touch with this specific author for this backtrack, but I digress. So, all right, man with a crystal arm, beautiful. How is well?
He is, how
Huh?
one would say, a crystal stranger.
Yes.
Fuck them off. Stop it.
Crystal arm, named Celadol. You tell me.
Wearing a robe and hood.
Never heard about this. Where's it from? Let's go into long detail.
It's
Just
from a
kidding.
shitty campaign we used to have on this channel.
That Gary is still logged into.
To this day.
Fucking awesome campaign. Don't know what the fuck you guys are
Hi.
talking about.
I fucking love
I
that
got
game.
to kill shit
Hell
I
yeah,
got-
dude.
I got to be a therapist.
until Mike fucking destroyed my planet.
Like, then you killed more shit. You fucking were all fighting your doppelgangers, and you just murdered
Oh.
that bard in one turn.
Not all of
Dude.
us.
Oh yeah, yours was already dead because sad times.
Oh, dude, don't forget, Mike. He
Oh yeah, he and
Just
the
kinda
he and
talk
the
to
orc
the-
just kind of like hashed shit out.
yeah. And I murdered a revenant. I feel bad about it. Still.
Yep, you set it on fire, and then it really died.
I still feel bad about that because, like, no one asks to become a revenant.
Mm. Oh well.
I don't think Rain felt bad about murdering the cat folk.
Oh,
no, but like,
not at all.
As soon as you
These
saved
boots are
against
made
that,
for stomping, and that's what I. That's
as
just
soon
what
as
I
you
still
saved
do.
against that dominate spell, I was like, well, this is over.
These boots are made for stomping, and that's just what she'll do. One of these days, this axe is gonna. Yep.
Chop all
Just-
over you.
them boots are made for stomping, and she's coming for you.
Oh gosh. So, as you're looking around, you hear the worm, but it's far above you. Apparently, it doesn't feel like tracking its food down here.
That's right. Piss off, you oversized garden worm. Fucking
Let's not antagonize that.
Have you guys
I'll
introduced
antagonize what
each
I
other?
want. Don't you know who I am?
That Keith smiles.
Fucking worms destroying my fucking beautiful cabins.
Samir walks up to Celadon. He's like, hello. I am Samir.
Pleasure to meet you. My name is Celador Brevelet. And that's when Polvari's kind of staring like, wait a minute, I've heard that name before, but from where?
Mm.
Ah, fuck no, it's the little bitch boy elf that the other of us won't shut up about.
Mm-hmm.
I introduced the party to the parties at the party.
Oh, dear.
Now I'm curious, little bitch boy. I thought,
That's
Wait,
what she
so
calls all elves.
but no, the one that Uraves won't shut up about. Was he the one that she was assigned to guard?
She has before because she was a guard for House Brevelet.
Gotcha. So what is he doing all the way over here?
And that's actually probably when Seldal looks over and Pulvari and thinks for a moment. He's like, "You must be Pulvari. Lady Uraves did speak of you often in her correspondence. But it's been many years since I've heard from her." Peh. Yeah. Well, we've been kind of fucked recently. Things have been a bit, how you say, pear-shaped, gone tits up, fucked over, foobar.
Just keeps listing fucking acronyms off.
She's got a very how you say, crude vocabulary. I apologize. I'm Agatha, but everyone just calls me sister.
Sister.
So, sister.
And this is my nephew. His name's Torzek.
Probably-
This is a key. A key looks away.
Probably looks down at Torzek and kind of cocks his head to the side, confused. Oh, and just like the other guy who was made of crystal and was sort of a stranger to the party, it just seems like the hood is always in the right place to be casting a shadow over half his face.
Strange danger.
Seems convenient to me, buddy.
We live in a fucking magic world, shut up.
Like he probably is just like, we should go. Some people aren't suited for this place.
You fucking talking about me? I'll slap your shit.
he actually looks at you and goes, never. He likes you. He doesn't talk about you.
Good. Glad we got an understanding. I was about to feel betrayed.
Your rage that dwells within you at all times. Just,
Yeah, she can't die to the cold because she's so fucking pissed. She's always warm.
Nah, hey, dude. I like to imagine that a key secretly took share rage and is always letting Pulvari rage.
no, she took share rage and is always letting a key rage.
Yeah, that's the whole reason he's a
shit, my bad.
barbarian.
Oh
Yeah.
shit, my bad.
Yeah, he cannot match her rage. Come on.
That's fair. That's fair.
He can only keep up his rage for a certain amount of time. She's just always raging. It's magnificent.
Nah,
Okay.
she just sleeping at night, just fuck you.
Well, no, by the way, she snores horribly because of her busted nose. It's just
So
like,
it's more like
bitch.
fuck you, bitch.
God.
And every now and then she just kind of stops so she's walking. She's like, someone's talking shit about me. I can smell it.
Oh no, she's got a condition.
Somewhere out in the multiverse, someone said Pulvari's a cunt.
Yeah. And it just always seems to be perfectly in time for when everyone in the primary party said something that Pulvari wouldn't like. She just stops and
It's
says,
always
someone's talking shit. I'm gonna have to kick him in the dick. Don't think I won't.
God damn it.
Jesus.
I will find them and kick them. Just
the dick.
because.
Very specifically in the dick.
Yeah.
And if they
very
don't
specific.
got a dick, square in the ovaries.
Hey, dude, I don't put it past Pulvari to use her magic to give someone a dick just to kick them in. I don't put it past
If she ever gets to know Kirik, I could learn that type of potion.
her. Ooh,
That is a potion. It is a legit
I
potion.
know.
No, she would just stare at it and be like, turn into the rat so I could pick you up and throw you across the room.
Don't get death glared. Please don't get death glared.
She doesn't need magic to do death glare. Anyway.
All right. Alrighty. So,
We're walking. We're talking.
Yeah, Pulvari's talking a lot and we probably hear it echoing off of everything.
alrighty.
Mostly just complaining.
That I could see Pulvari doing. Where are you guys walking towards?
Like he started walking towards the lights when he said we should get moving.
Oh, okay. And then everyone else just talked some more, and then realized, oh, we're already way behind the key.
Samir went with him.
Oh,
He did.
we're already
Samir did
way
that. Samir's that one friend, you know, like when the group splits up, he stays like in the middle, looking back and forth, like, guys, can we please close together?
Please stay in an orderly line.
Yeah,
The
exactly.
library
Line
is closed.
He's like right in between
I fucking
both,
love
like
them.
he and the group, and he's just looking back and forth, like, come on, we got it, we need to go. He's leaving.
I fucking love those friends.
If he enough, yeah, Pulvari would just spin around and be like, oh, I see what you mean. And then just starts walking.
I love how Pulvari jumps at every single chance she has to tease somebody. It's not even teasing, it's almost bullying, but that's Pulvari.
Oh no, it's
for you.
hella bullying.
Yeah.
But all right, walking towards the lights, it seems as if, well, they seem to, with everything going on in this cavern, the trees, the aurora borealis, it's hard to keep focused on one thing. And so, looking at deep blue, it looks far away. And a few steps in, you can tell it's a city.
Wait, we know it's deep blue.
It's a city. It's got rooftops. It's got a massive set of walls. And at the center, or rather out on the edge of the city, there's a huge, it's almost a spire. And at the top is a glowing blue pinnacle of light, along with, well, several other parts throughout this town.
What the fuck lives in the ground like this? Oh, wait.
That
Hey, the
awkward
fuck-
moment.
At least when we do it, we live in the stone, not in the ice, like a bunch of fucking people who are like, you know what I want to be? A cocktail weenie and live in the ice.
It's not so bad.
I fucking love Pulvari. I love her.
Like he is not wearing much. He's not shirtless anymore. That's good. But he doesn't need to wear much. He's just got like a simple little leather jacket or something. I don't know what people wear in fantasy cold areas. That's not a burqa.
Well, I was going to say, depending on whether we're talking about anime or American RPGs,
Exactly.
and
no
then
change at
your
all
gender.
for some of them.
Yeah, I was going to say, depending on your gender in Japanese RPGs, either like full heavy weather, winter coat, or probably like a bikini made out of chainmail or something.
Totally.
Well, I can find out. But headed towards the city, everybody make me another perception check.
Is this to use our eyes?
Eyes and ears.
Ooh, how far out? Because Seldal is a whisper elf. And he
There's
would have
so
gotten
many
a
of those.
35 with goggles of night.
Okay.
Yeah, he can hear faint details up to 60 feet and even creatures he's unaware of up to 30.
Okay. Everyone, it's kind of odd being in. Maybe Pulvara, you understand this from your time in caves, and Celadol, you're more familiar with this on a technical level. But caves are not quiet things. Even, especially ice caves, because you've got things melting, things freezing, there's lots of popping, there's lots of what it sounds almost kind of like dripping water. But there's also kind of this feeling of tension in the air. Almost thick enough you could cut with a knife. As you gather closer to this town, you can only assume to be Deep Blue, you can tell the walls are not man. And instead of being made of regular materials, they're made from ice, probably 50 feet high, 50, maybe even 70. There are parapets and ornately carved towers, but they're unmanned. In addition, the gates are closed. And looking at the entrances, it seems, even from here, that there are gashes and rents in the ice. Nearby, you find bones. Some of them are human, some of them aren't. You see some you see some exoskeletons from some sort of bug-like creatures, scales, and you especially, Celadol. Every now and again, it feels like you're hearing distant whispers, and everyone feels like there's someone watching. At this point, there's an ankle-high mist over all of the ground, making certain things hard to spot. And sometimes the ice is firm and holds, other times it's not slippery, but almost like sand, like your feet sink into it as you touch it, giving the impression of like you're almost walking through sand.
Yeah, Saladol probably stops the party or tries to get everyone to, like, huddle up together so that he can be quiet, and is like, we're being watched. I can hear it.
Aki's axe is out.
Yeah. And he's always got his halberd out, but he's walking with it like it were a cane or a staff.
Aw, that's cute.
Pulvari's just like, I smell bitches.
Aki
If that were
nods.
anybody else, I swear they'd be bluffing. But because it's Pulvari, yes, Pulvari, you smell bitches. You just can't tell if they're in the party or outside
Yeah,
of the
she
party.
has indirect bitch sense up to 120 feet. She doesn't know where the bitch is, but she knows if one is around.
What were you saying,
But
Daniel?
Oh, when she says that, Aki just nods, like, understandable.
I would like
You were
to
saying,
petition. I would like to petition for that to be an official thing on her character sheet.
Imprecise bitch sense. But, she's like, well, I do have a casting of invisibility sphere. If we wanted to just waltz our happy asses in.
I'm not opposed to that. But we must be careful.
Pros don't do much good if they're watching us and they just say may do it.
This is true. This isn't my first rodeo, but I get the feeling that we might be in for some trouble.
Well,
If are we being watched, then we should just keep going and be prepared to, well, greet the people who watch us.
Oh, so fireball. Gotcha.
He doesn't disagree. He know,
Alright.
yeah, he knows the stories about Deep Blue.
So, are we going to be headed to the gates?
Yeah, sounds like it.
As you approach, you get probably up to the massive portcullis. And you can tell, you see that, yeah, this isn't made of wrought iron, it's made of ice. You're able to get within, well, touching distance of the portcullis before you hear your first voice. Halt. Who goes there?
A crystal stranger.
Yeah, everybody stops, but everybody, like, Seldol's looking around, but Polvari's definitely looking at the wall like, alright, shit gets real, I can probably just burning hands my way in.
Maybe.
She's trying to figure out how to partition out the spells she has ready.
Identify yourselves.
We are travelers who have lost their way. We were... Then he, like, points upwards with his halberds, like, before... there was a collapsing of the... Well, the ground for us, the ceiling for you.
There's a long pause. You identify as travelers.
Indeed.
At that, on the side of the wall, almost as if hidden within the torn, cragged surface, a foot appears, and another. And stepping out from the wall, it seems, is a golem. An ice golem.
Is it seeming hostile?
No. No. Matter of fact, it seems like that is what's been talking to you.
Yeah, Polvari kind of like, oh, good thing I got a lot of fire, because everything's ice.
Visitors are currently restricted from Deep Blue. Entrance number 3.
Is there somewhere we can enter?
Negative. Visitors are... One moment. Incoming transmission. The golem turns and looks up at the spire. Understood. Turning back. Change of plans. Please. Come with me. And with that, it's almost as if he walks that is actually entrance. No. Yeah, I know Chicken Bowl. I made
Yeah,
these a
no,
long
I
time
know
ago.
that you don't get to pick the names of these things
Yeah.
in the creator, but I just saw Chicken Bowl and was like,
Now, we are over here near Hay Ridge. However, none of these buildings are here, so we'll just have to ignore that.
Yeah, like, I'm imagining they don't call... There's not a part of the town. They're like, quickly, must get the firefighters to Chicken Bowl.
Oh god. Alright, I'm just gonna grab Pulvari's face and stick it out.
Hell yeah.
Because Pulvari is Pulvari.
I think everyone in this party is alright with her being the representation of the party.
We are an aggressive party.
Yes,
And
now that I'm looking at this.
She's
yes.
a demigod of aggression.
And with that, the ice golem turns and doesn't, open the portcullis, but walks through the portcullis. Almost as if the ice was not even there. It turns. Please, follow me.
Pulveri just shrugs and goes to walk through the portcullis. She's dealt with magic doors before.
It's ice.
That's no Oh! Bitch!
Aki and Samir are chuckling.
As
Please,
is
come
Agatha
with
and
me.
Torzan.
I think you need to open the door, please. Before
Correction.
she opens it.
Yeah, before I open it! Just getting up and, trying to... She has wild hair that comes down to the small of her back, and now it's covered in snow. And so is her beard.
It turns its face to the spire, this being the spire, and then turns its face back. Updated parameters. Subject unable to walk through ice. Opening portcullis. Disappears around the corner, and you hear clink, clink, clink as the portcullis slowly begins to raise. It stops as it gets about 10 feet off the ground.
Pulvari's still ranting and raving. She's like, I'm Pulvari, the great and powerful. And I'll burn the fucking city down if I have to. Oh, wait. Gates up. Thanks, love. But on the way up,
Potential
she,
signs of
smacks.
aggression protected. Detected.
She looks up at the portcullis and takes a swing at it with her staff, but can't reach.
As soon as you're through, the portcullis does not lower so much as it slams back down onto the ground.
Huh. We're in here for the long haul.
The ice golem returns. Please, follow me. Do not stray. And leads you along the outer edge of the wall in the city. So right here. Into the castle. Everyone make me a perception check while you're looking at the city. We've been doing a lot of those recently.
Yeah, if it was a pocket of this world, I could have loved it.
Very true. Celadol, that's just the person I wanted. Let's see here.
DM
Did everybody
favorite
roll?
Celadol giving him nat 20s.
Well, no, it's
I'm giving
yeah,
shit.
right. Well, no, and it's because Celadol is an elf. That's the important part.
Can't fuck non-elves.
Let's see here. Okay. Everybody, Pulvari, Celadol. Key to 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Beautiful. All right. Celadol and a key. A key. Oh, actually, and Torzek. Each of you notice. Everyone notices that the streets are completely empty. There's nobody around. Everyone must either be indoors, but along these row of what you assume to be residential housing on the side here, there are no porch lights. The lights. The interior lights are blacked out by shades, and sell it all. Let's see, Torzek and Aki. You notice that these houses are, well, parts of them are stone and wood, but there have been parts that seem to have been repaired with ice. Or maybe it's crystal, it's hard to tell. Celadol specifically, you notice that art style wise, it's predominantly a human design. But every now and again you see something that wasn't patched over, something that wasn't modified, it seems, correctly. And you detect hints of other art stylings, elven art stylings.
Definitely gets his attention as he frowns and maybe like wipes away some frost on some like plaque or something.
Mm-hmm.
But then has to keep up with the others so that the golem doesn't get mad.
Yes. The Celadol. Yes, the Celadol. The Ice Golem. Yes, the Ice Golem's name is Celadol.
Oh
There we
no,
go.
there's two in this universe.
Let's see here. Moves and sits right outside. There are two more ice golems sitting at the front of this, well, the spire.
A
And-
tower, if you will, that looks like it's made of crystal.
You know, I didn't even think of that.
That's funny to me. No,
All right.
didn't mean it badly.
No, I just kind of like, damn it, can't do anything right.
No, like
Um.
it's not something that's been in everything else ever.
Fair. We have the Dark Tower. What is that movie where there's the moving castle that
Howl's
disappears?
Moving
Howl's
Castle.
Moving Castle.
Mm-hmm.
We all knew that was bad.
That's a live action one, correct?
No.
No, it's a studio.
There's a
Ghibli
live
film.
action one as well.
I hope
Oh yeah,
not.
I think you're right. I think that's recent. They made a live action Hall's Moving Castle.
Well, this one's different entirely. It's an older film. I don't remember anymore. But getting up to it, it's small and slender, and it's got a hub at the top before it ends in a needle, not unlike the Seattle Space Needle. At the base are two more ice golems, and as this ice golem gets to them, it turns around, looks at you. Mission complete. Please follow other. It seems to stop for a second. Units. Affirmative. Follow other units. And with that, it walks straight back and heads around, disappears around the corner. These two ice golems. Go ahead.
No, I wasn't gonna say anything.
Gotcha. These two ice golems motion you inside. Everybody go.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Very
As you step
suspiciously.
in, you can. What were you saying?
Oh, just very suspiciously.
As they follow you inside, trailing behind, and stepping inside, there is a beautiful. You can tell. First off, this must be at one time was a grand, well, a common room, more or less. There are still couches and furniture in certain spots, and there is a beautiful stone and ice mosaic floor that is just these minute changes in color from shades of hues of blue to gray and brown, but overlapped with each other create shades and hues of green and purple. They walk you straight towards the center of the room, where there is a round desk, and at that desk there's a lady,
A crystal
a
stranger.
human lady, with silver hair and ice blue eyes. She
Fuck, it's
seems
a Key's
to
wife.
have. What's that?
Sorry, it's like fuck. It's a Key's sister, not wife.
A Key's sister? Jeez.
Ursula's crazy sister.
As you're stepping toward, as they walk you towards the desk, she looks at both golems. That won't be necessary. Please return to your posts. They nod and turn around and clunk their way back out the front. Welcome. It's been a long time since we've had visitors. She stands up. My name is... Let's see here. My name is Isolde. Isolde Ekner. I'm actually, one of the directors here. May I have each of your names?
Pulvari immediately steps up, takes a sniff through her busted nose. Kind of sounds like whistling almost. It's like, I'm Pulvari Broken Nose, the great, the powerful, yada yada yada. You know how it goes with us wizardy types.
I see. Let's see here.
So I didn't really mean that thing about wanting to burn down your pretty city. It's just, when you're trying to walk through what you think's a magical door and it turns out it's just a wall of ice and you've been fucking bamboozled by a golem, it gets the blood pumping. And you say a bunch of things, I'm gonna kill your family, I'm gonna burn the house down, things like that.
I love
No
Pulvar.
harm, no foul, she says, giving a small smile. You can tell, well, now that you've kind of stepped up to the desk, she is tall. As in, probably 6'7".
I was about to say,
Tall.
everyone's tall to Pulvari.
But, I mean, especially so. Yeah.
Oh, she's actually taller than the Key. That's weird. Akia is very surprised. Akia does not know how to handle this.
He's surprised and upset.
Wait,
I
is it
was gonna
upset
say-
like, oh my god, it's Bigfoot. Oh my god, it's Tiny Wiener. Yeah, see how that feels? Poor park ranger. Hey, anything interesting happen today? No, shut up.
God damn it.
But, no. Is anybody actually taller than her?
I hope not. Everyone else is like
no.
a dwarf or a gnome.
Gotcha.
Hey,
She-
shut up.
We have a very short party. Celadol and Aki probably look fucking weird in this. Well, Samir too. Look weird in this party.
They look like they're a part of it. They look like they're the guardians of a daycare, alright? Shut up.
Guardians of the Gagagoos.
Yes.
That was a bit of a stretch, but I see what you were going for.
Grazie.
So, she cuts kind of an imposing figure. As tall as she is, she has this, she has wingspan too. Not, being that tall, long, thin arms. She's
I
almost
thought
built like
for
a
a second you
rail.
meant she actually had wings.
No. I said she has wingspan.
Yeah, I know what you mean now, but
Mhm.
my first thought was, oh, she has wings. She's some kind of Azamar.
In addition to, well, kind of a hooked nose that she looks down each of you at. So, Pulvari, who is the rest of your group?
looks back at the group and is like, well, don't be fucking rude. Introduce yourselves.
What is with the like? I'm suspicious of Pavari. I think she might have been replaced.
As we've seen before, though, she's only a bitch to
Yeah.
people when she needs to be, which is usually.
Um,
She knows how to be courtly.
Samir steps up and he's like, "Greetings, I'm Samir, and this is Aki." And unless some people stop him, he's gonna go through giving everyone's names, first names. He doesn't bother with last names.
Because he doesn't know everyone's last name, probably.
Exactly. So just keep it the first.
Seldal step forward and, and put a hand to his chest and bow politely and say, "My name is Celadol Brevele. I'm a traveler from far-off Senisture."
I am perfectly alright with letting Samir introduce Agatha and Torzak. Probably makes them look better by comparison.
Yeah,
We have
gotta introduce the demons.
Gary,
Hey,
check
look.
your Discord.
What?
Oh,
I can
Oh.
hear Gary.
No. I sent him a thing, and he needs to respond.
I didn't see
Come on,
it.
He
Gary,
must
you
respond.
insolent person.
But she nods to each of you as you're introduced. Well, it's good to meet all of you. I am sorry to say you've come under interesting circumstances.
Pulvar just looks back to the party besides Celadon and is like, just once can we come somewhere and it not be on fucking fire?
She does chuckle a little bit and puts her hand over her mouth.
I thought
And
you
when
meant
she
over
brings-
now.
Yeah.
No.
You shut up!
No, she brings
That's
the
a
hand
good way
back-
to die.
Yeah, no, she brings the hand back down and the frown is back. She's not being unkind, she's just,
Yeah, I was just making a joke. If you try to shut up Pulvari like that, that is how someone dies. At one point- Ah! Oh, she's gonna love looking through Pulvari's spellbook then.
Does
There's
that
a
does
lot
that
of
sufficiently
fire.
answer? Does that sufficiently answer your question?
Yes, it does. Thank you very much.
You're welcome.
All right. She nods, and she works her way out of the round desk. Here, we don't usually have visitors, therefore no reason to staff this location. Well, that being the case, I think it is time for... Let's see. She checks her wrist, and you can see a thin, it's a watch. It's just not... A wristwatch is not a concept that most of this world has created yet. And looking at thin, watch on her wrist, seemingly made out of ice as well as leather and some steel. I think it is time for the director to meet you.
The director.
And she... Well, of course. The director of the board runs this town, and he wants to meet all visitors, small as they may be.
It's not a short joke!
I was simply referring to the number of visitors we receive, which, if memory serves, you are the second group to arrive in the past year.
Okay. Not as pissed.
Would it be prudent to ask who the first was?
I'm sorry, we don't have that information any longer. They are no longer here, unfortunately.
Suspicious vibes. Sus vibes.
Yeah, that's when
I have-
Polvari looks over, especially when she says that with this look that's like, does she mean they left or does that mean murder?
That's murder, she wrote.
Right. Forgive my brazen, handsome charm.
Not at all. Matter of fact, she kind of looks back. I think charm like that could be quite useful around here.
Fucking finally someone gets it.
With that, she walks off to the north side of to the spire. Please follow me.
Celadol motions for the rest of the party to go first, and he'll take up the rear.
Whoa.
He's
Hey,
the
buddy,
fighter.
don't go looking in my rear.
Do you really
It's
want to
not
look
like
at Torzak's rear the whole
was-
time?
If he's staring straight forward, he won't even see Torzak.
Hey, first of all, fuck you.
Second of all, that's accurate.
Second of all, that's fair.
Especially Agatha, because she's fucking hunched over like a cripple.
Yeah.
Is she really that big?
What?
That rotund.
No. So that looks like it's a lot of her. It's really just a lot of stuff she keeps on her, for like, yeah.
For her grandchildren when they come over.
You gotta give them candy and curses. It's all fun.
Candy curses. This is what it's like when you have an actual hag for grandma.
Trick or treat has a whole new meaning.
Whoa.
Well,
Oh,
all right then. That being said, you she leads you to what looks like a blank section of wall until she puts her hand on one section of it and a door opens. It slides apart, showing a small room. We'll put it that way. It's about it's big enough to fit all 7 of you, but not much bigger than that for standing room. Please, take the lift here. I will come with.
The what?
The lift?
It's an elevator, genius.
Huh.
There are many things in this town which most other places do not have. I would not be surprised if they had never heard of an elevator.
Weren't you guys... no, you weren't there for that fantabulous misadventure. This is about to say, weren't you guys there at the tree that's now a fucking stump?
Oof.
Tree that's now a stump.
No, she didn't say that out loud.
Oh, okay.
But she was like, weren't you there for... no, wait, you weren't there for that one. Nor is she gonna go, no, you weren't there for that one, but you were there when we robbed a church.
Oh god.
She does kind of look back at that. Robbing a church.
It's a
How
complicated
interesting.
story.
It was a bad church, don't worry, it's not like it was a good church. They were how do you say in nice words?
You
Bitches.
don't.
As everybody's kind of piled in, and the door slides shut, and you all feel the lift begin to rise, she turns around to look at Polvari. I don't believe I've ever heard of a good church or a bad church. Isn't a church just a church?
It's all about what you do with what you're given.
At that she nods, and I would know quite a bit about that.
I like to completely ruin this moment. She like nods, and then burps, scratching at her beard.
She probably puts her hand over her mouth again.
Pulvari ruins everything.
And then lowers her mouth and the frown is back.
God
The...
dang it.
What's that?
God dang it. Is she not allowed to smile?
How are our claustrophobic friends doing?
Not very
They...
well.
I was gonna say, they know who I'm talking about.
Aki, oddly enough, is sweating. And Samir is probably just like praying.
Is
He's just
anyone
like, this
afraid of
feels so weird.
heights?
That, no.
Hello.
Yeah, the short people are.
Yeah, the short people are hello.
6 feet tall is high for them. Come on.
Yeah, they get put on someone's back and they're like, I'm gonna die if I fall.
I had a friend like that. Oh my god.
It sucks when you're the size of a human toddler for your whole life.
Hey,
They
Mike's
are.
dwarf used to ride on my half giant's back all the time. It was great.
No, dwarves are one thing. Dwarves are at least 4 feet tall. I'm talking about gnomes, who are literally the size of toddlers.
Well, no, because
Yeah.
for a dwarf, he was riding on a 10.5 foot tall person, so it evens out. It was a dwarf that was like 12 feet in the air.
That's mildly horrifying, not gonna lie.
All right. So, the door eventually, this slide, it stops. The door opens, and we step out onto a perfect circle at the top of the tower. You're in kind of the bell at this point. There are windows overlooking the entirety of the city as well as the cavern which within it lies. There we go. And there is a desk or a large, long table situated with chairs facing the way, facing towards the elevator. There's a man standing at the center, the head, more or less, of this long table. It's arranged like a panel, is a good way of putting it. A panel with where the people are facing the elevator. There's a man standing there, again, very tall. He's probably just as tall, if not a little bit taller, than Isolde. And he's thin as a rail, pale, staring out directly opposite from the elevator. Steps in. There's a moment. You guys are probably 15 feet away from the table with the panel. There's nobody there, but I'm calling it a panel. Isolde stops for a moment. Director, these are the newcomers that have just arrived. You can leave now. Yes, Director. With that, she looks at each of you and kind of nods, steps in the elevator, and the door slides shut. There's a long moment where he continues to stare out across the city, his back turned to you. So, another group of strangers has wandered into Deep Blue.
Not intentionally, I can assure you.
Oh, so it was an accident then, was it?
Indeed. We were being chased by a frostworm above ground when, well, ground became not ground.
A key points to Celadon was like, he was being chased.
To be fair, it was chasing you at the very end. By technicality.
Glare.
He's just got this, like impish little smile.
The man turns around and you see quite a few facial similarities from him and the lady. Large hook nose, piercing blue eyes. Now, this man looks as if he could be in his 50s, except he's almost completely bald, and he has one of those, I hesitate to say navy beards, but one of those thicker sailing captain beards that has completely grayed out. But other than that, no real facial lines or just the beginnings of them. He turns to you, steps his way around, and then in front of the panel. Accident or not, you are here.
Yeah,
Eyeing each of you. Go ahead.
She's just like at that, and that pause, she kind of looks around. She's like, well, duh.
Let me roll something real quick.
Oops.
Roll retaliate. I don't like a +20.
I don't like that it's Bob.
Oh, I didn't mean to roll Bob. Sorry.
No, I just saw Bob and I was like, fuck, it's Bob.
There we go. He's looking at each of you. And finally, he's holding his hands in front of him. He points at Celadol. You, I believe. You weren't meant to be here. The rest of you, though. Why are you here?
Before he looks to the others, before she says anything, she's not about to spill the beans that we're here to find a soul gem.
Mm-hmm.
Well, we're not. We're here to investigate churches. Remember?
Yeah, but it's probably linked with our quest. But then again, yeah, she did mention.
Well, I was gonna say, go ahead. Well, I will give you that. There have been. You guys have heard throughout your talks with Bob that there is a soul gem supposedly here. Remember before your big thing, he had kind of done a checklist of the rest of the gems he had to get?
Yeah.
And there was one of them here.
Actually, no. After that guy asked that again, the key would be like, this one, pointing to Celadol, chased by worm, brought to us, worm crash ground. Now we're here. Accident.
See, I would believe that. But you have to have a reason to be wandering this far north. Him, I can see very clearly that he's, well, not so much one with the caves as he is a scholar of them.
To be fair, he looks like these guys. Like he's got the bright blue eyes and the silver hair. So
well, and that's where he would say, you two look as if you would better fit on an island, probably 50 miles east of here.
Squint eyes from a key. Inquisitive eyes from Samir.
I guessed right. Very well. I'm not going to pry and ask what you're doing here.
I know what you're rolling. Sorry. I love this feat.
What am I rolling?
There's literally a feat that when you're with someone for like a minute, you can actually tell where they're from.
Huh.
And I was like, wait a minute.
Moving on. The rest of you.
The shorties.
The short.
If you're not going to tell me why you're here, I could just as easily ask you to leave and fend for yourselves in the wilderness out
fucking
there.
fine. Jesus Christ.
I was about to say, he's going to start turning and leaving. He's like, all right. But then you say that.
But you didn't let him finish.
Yeah.
But we're all entitled to maybe a secret or two. That being the case, directives as they are, he's reaching behind his back and pulls out a piece of paper, handing it to whoever's in front of him, probably Polvari.
Oh yeah, she definitely stepped forward and she like reaches up and snatches it out of his hands. She probably did say Jesus Christ. She was like, "Oh, fine, Torgar's balls."
And it's a map of the city. These are the districts very clearly outlined. Since you are guests here, we will provide free lodging. However, since I'm not sure why you're here, he points at the he points at the area outlined in marked labs. You are not allowed here. In addition, he points towards there as well as there.
Oh, I have to zoom out.
These
Okay.
places are off limits.
Wait, can you point to those again?
There and there. Everything outlined in blue.
Okay.
These places are going to be off limits. And I will be instituting a curfew for you After sundown, these places... sorry. We will ask you... Sorry. We will ask you to be outside of the city walls come sundown every day.
It's not. I mean, sun doesn't come up anymore.
That, he says, smiling, is where you're wrong. Just because we can't see the sun, he says, pulling out a small pocket watch, doesn't mean it's not moving. He hands it to you. Don't lose it.
She kind of.
And he's holding it out to you.
She just as quickly and just as aggressively snatches it.
There's a moment where he holds on to it before letting it go.
She looks at it and then tucks it between her cleavage.
Sounds about like Polvari.
God.
Lets everyone
P.S.
see the map before she quite neatly folds it up and tucks it into her spell book.
I would ask how long you're planning on staying. However, I think we all know the answer to that.
Samir's completely confused, totally.
Oh, 2 or 3.
Or until you find whatever you're looking for.
Notice she didn't put anything after 2 or 3.
Right.
Days, hours, months, years, centuries.
Lifetimes.
Yeah, I was gonna say lifetimes.
Our children
they're
are going
gonna
to be
be
investigating this shit for us.
I should warn you. Outside of the walls, there is no rule of law like inside. There will be no armed guards to protect you. There will be no passerby to hopefully witness anything you're going to be getting into. Out there is where our power ends, and the wilderness begins. Understand?
Aye.
See to it that you don't forget. Now, there is one place that we allow visitors to stay. There is a little, I wouldn't call it a tavern or an inn even, but they call it the Crooked Spire. It is sitting in Ivy Cliff.
Excuse me?
Yeah, Polvar immediately turns around to everyone who's been on this journey before, so Aki and Samir just
Yeah.
look like, what the fuck?
Is something wrong? Wait a minute. We have one of those in Far Harbor.
Mm-hmm.
There's one in
There is one in Far
Celestia,
Harbor.
as far as I remember.
Crooked
And
Spire
in Sinister as well.
is Starbucks.
Fantasy
Oh, if it were
Starbucks.
Starbucks, there'd be 4 of them in every city. Because these cities are actually not very big. If you think about it, so if you look here at the bottom, the a half a kilometer is only about 32 feet. And so 64, 70, it's a little over a kilometer wide, or long, a little over a kilometer wide. 4 of them inside a 1 kilometer radius is pretty extreme. But that's what Starbucks would do. Sorry. Every day from 9 to 5, the bazaar is open. The docks... Please, stay away from the docks. There's nothing to physically keep you away from them. However, it would be unfortunate if there were an accident involved that I would have to preside over.
That sounds like a threat. Does that sound like a threat to anyone?
Yeah,
So
is there like
Well,
a
yes,
way,
yes, it does.
something I could roll to see if that's a veiled threat?
that's just what Samir is saying.
Sense motive, which we don't have,
We just
so
have perception.
perception?
Samir's just saying it.
Bad.
Celadol? What he's saying is, if you get hurt there, I am not responsible for it.
Oh, so it's just basically a liability waiver.
Pretty much. Now, if there are people on the street, please let them go about their day. They are very busy. We are all very busy. The company is very busy.
I see someone is playing too much Outer Wilds. Or, yeah, I think that's what the game is.
Well, the entire city is run by
Corporation.
the board of directors
It's run by
for...
a corporation.
Although he hasn't, he hasn't spouted some advertising bullshit to you guys yet.
That is true.
And I don't think he plans to. But so
Spacer's choice. May not be the best choice, but it's Spacer's choice. Sorry.
you're going to be here, and let's see. He's thinking back over the conversation. Let's see. Going to be here until you find what you want to find, which you won't find. I tell you what. Sleep on it tonight, and if you tell us what you plan on doing here, we may be able to get you some access. On the other hand, I have a feeling you like to do things your own way. Isn't that right, Pulvari?
Damn straight. If it ain't the Polvari way, it's the bitch way.
Interesting. Oh, I apologize. My name is Director Ector. Santana Eckner.
I thought he said
They said
director.
director.
I know, I accidentally said Ector instead of Eckner.
Okay.
Director,
Yeah.
actor.
Santana Eckner.
I am assistant. They all have just like the second portion of their job titles.
I'm Dockman Ockman.
I'm Baker Aker.
Hunter.
I need to go make a town real quick.
Fucking weird town.
Hi, I'm Dr. Octor.
It almost sounds like Doc Ock.
I was going to say you're Doc Ock. Okay. So, with that, the elevator slides back open. It seems that, well, the lady who met you at the front desk is waiting as well. Isolde, would you be so kind as to escort them to their new living quarters? Yes, Director. And Isolde? Yes? Its father in polite company. Yes, father.
You do hear that from Polvari, like a
At least you didn't say it's daddy.
Oh, if that were the case, she'd be like, "Nope, we're leaving. No fucking
No, we
crystal's
got one of
worth
the-
this.
At that,
Bob can
anybody
have
who
this
is
one."
curious, yes, they do look related.
Still
The
Ooh,
large
really?
hook nose, the large hook nose is one, but the
Giveaway.
piercing blue eyes and the stature
I was
pretty
just
much
about to-
cements it.
If he had said that, that's what Pulvar's like. Nope, Bob can have this one. We're leaving. Bye. Starts starts going around. It's like someone on this godforsaken town have a teleport scroll. Get me out. Like that video, the monkey who's like shaking on the bars and then just jumps on the door.
Yeah.
Dude. Torzek would just fly away. It's fine. Okay.
Ah, yes, in an ice cave with a ceiling.
Hey, dude.
There's a hole in the ceiling somewhere. We felt
Okay.
it.
Gotta get air in somehow.
As you step back into the thing, the thing.
town.
You know that one thing? That one thing
Yeah,
with
the elevator.
yeah.
There we go. You
There
step
you go.
back into the elevator. The door slides shut, and I'm sorry for that little musing of his. He gets a little insistent some days. I trust the meeting went well.
As well as it could, I suppose.
If he's giving you any trouble, please just understand the director is under... Santana is under quite a bit of stress as of late.
Is something wrong?
You could say that. Well, I suppose it wouldn't hurt for you to know a little more about Deep Blue. The city is run by one business that everyone is an employee of. That being said, let's just say there have been some people as of late who have decided they would rather strike out on their own. As well as some accidents happening that have made the surrounding countryside, such as it is, hostile. The elevator hits the ground floor, door opens, steps out. I am to direct you to your temporary residence, as well as, well, I suppose I could answer any questions you have on the way there. Let's stick Pulvari out there again, because Pulvari is Pulvari.
Samir, in all his cleric goodness, is just like, are there any churches here?
That she kind of stops a second before she continues walking. No, I'm sorry. We don't have any open temples currently.
Keyword open. Alright. It's alright. I can deal with what I need to.
Let's see. As you guys are walking, she's taking you through the residential district. And you can see it's just the same as it was out on the edge. There are these buildings that are completely darked out. There's not a soul to be seen. Now here, you do see occasional ice golems wandering. And once you get to this line here, where the labs, you can see that a makeshift wall has been put up with several checkpoints on every major street intersection here. These are the labs. Unfortunately, they're behind security measures, so you won't be able to see them, I'm sure. However, if you were given clearance, perhaps, maybe someday. This is the main square. This is where public announcements are given. And as you see, there is a round kind of cylinder set up in the square. It's made of ice and is probably 10 feet tall. There's nothing, there's nothing on it right now, but you can see it, unlike the outer walls, this is perfectly smooth and almost completely clear. Working our way down, there's the docks. Please avoid the heavy machinery. There's quite a bit of it. Down there's the bazaar. The bazaar is open daily from 9 to 5, and you might be able to find something there. Unfortunately, currency is not something so easily found around here, so it may be hard to get people to trade. Most barter. And then, of course, there is the ration system that we use for people to get their weekly produce.
Yikes.
Are there any other questions?
Is this Russia?
Mother Russia, Mother Russia.
Seems like there are an awfully few people here for it to be, well, a city.
Make no mistake, during the daytime, we have upwards of 500 people working, moving around, and going about their daily business. It's enough for a sizable city, although, she lowers her voice, you didn't hear me say it, but things used to be different.
Ooh.
Getting to the portcullis, she looks at the golem, kind of nods, and walks straight through the portcullis before... Oh, right. Can you read the inscription on that golem for me? I forgot its designation.
Pulvari will walk up to it and read it.
I2G2.
I2G2.
R2D2.
It looks at it, its head kind of swivels toward you. Yes? It's listening to you. That's good. Tell it to open the portcullis.
You heard the lady, open the portcullis before I end up fucking walking into more ice.
I want that power. I want to walk through ice.
The golem looks at you. Calculating. Removing profanity. Instructions. Raise portcullis. And turns and puts its hand in the wall, and you see the portcullis start to rise.
She kind of gives it this look like, what'd you fucking say about my profanity?
The lady puts, Isolde puts a hand over her mouth again and lowers it. The golems need precise, clear directions. Sometimes if you get a little too wordy, they don't understand, and, well, they have to process it.
Bah!
Please, right this way. And it's stepping from one side to the other. Inside the city, even though there's still a chill in the air, it's calm and manageable. But the wind picks up right as you step outside the city gates, and it's freezing to the bone. You can tell, you see that she's wearing, it's almost a formal attire. It's, it's a pantsuit with more, a light jacket, but the wind and the cold don't seem to affect her. Any other questions before I show you to your building?
Are these all dragons as well? Sorry.
Are these all dragons as well?
Like, spitting images over here. Key's actually been, like, looking at her. Was looking at the other guy. I was looking at her again, really like, what the... And even Samir's just like, what? Other than the hook nose.
Gotcha. And, again, as you're walking, you see these buildings are dilapidated. Dilapidated. There you go. Not taken care of. You can see some of them are, well, iced over. Some of them are misshapen from melting and refreezing ice. Some of them, actually, as you see, Celadol, some of these buildings are, well, not ice at all, and they look to be, except with one or two modifications, a completely elven style building. And as you step up to the Crooked Spire Tavern, you see that it is indeed the same style, this twisting, crooked tavern, just the same as it was in Bastion, although this one is made in its own unique style, a mosaic of ice and stone. I, looking, she starts her sentence and then looks at the tower. Okay, looking back. It seems that your presence is being requested at the tower tomorrow, around noon. It seems that, well, the board, I guess, wants to talk, although I wasn't privy to that information before they asked. Being a junior member does suck. Anything else I can do before I leave you today?
Samir's like, I think I'm good.
And Celadol just has this little small, it's almost a smirk, but he's like, I just wanted to note that any motions like one of the elven style buildings, like, your city has wonderful architecture.
Ah, yes, isn't it? It was before my time, but I believe this used to be a city of elves, and has slowly morphed into what you see today.
Interesting.
Sell it all, please. Make me a recall knowledge. Do you have an elven lore?
Society works for that.
Okay, go ahead.
And no, not because we live in one. I'm going to re-roll that. That's much better.
Celadol, it strikes you as odd. Elven city? This far north? On this continent? That's a little strange.
Localized entirely within your kitchen.
As a matter of fact, the only elven city you could even think of that would, be even missing like that. Because for the most part, elves don't build things to let them die. They will do pretty much anything to keep a city running. The only city you can actually think of that has been quote-unquote lost, well, that's Atlantis.
Uh-oh. Are we gonna get attacked by a giant lobster robot?
Lobster robot.
Lobster robot.
No. No, don't call back. I'll call you.
God. But yeah, that's what you can't help but think.
He nods and is like, long-lived people always find strange places to live. By the way, you can't really tell he's an elf when he's wearing the hood up.
Gotcha.
Since obviously you can't see his ears.
Well, if there's nothing else I can do, please enjoy your stay. And with that, she walks back towards the gates and disappears.
Magic.
Well, I mean, she disappears from view just because of the haze. outside of the walls, there is not only the ankle-high fog, but a little bit of a haze in the air.
He watches her walk off. Then he just turns and makes for the tavern. Doesn't really say anything about that exchange.
Localized entirely in your ice cave.
Oh,
Very, very true. Sorry, you were saying?
No, it's just like one of those things where like he watches her walk off for a short while. Kind of an imperceptible kind of look. Helps that you can't see half his face.
Gosh. All right. Well, what's the plan now, ladies and gents?
Like to attack the gazebo?
I'd like to attack the fucking.
Roll for attack?
Actually, no. When we go inside, is there another Grelka?
It's funny you should mention that because you
Because
open the
yes.
door and there's a thud right next to your head.
He looks up.
There is a quivering blade stuck into the wood, just shaking just ever so slightly.
Yikes!
All right, that's close enough. Who are you?
Probably now Polvari's probably walked in and looks at the blade and she's like, oh. But, Celadol...
One appears next to you, too. I said that's close enough.
Aren't you just a sporting type? But Celadol just smiles and is like, Celadol Breville. I mean you no harm, I'm here for lodging.
As you look at this figure, there are tables kind of situated around, but they've been pushed to the side and the edges of the room to create more space here in the middle. There's one table, and, well, for Celadol, there is a masked half-elf lady sitting with her feet up on the table. She's tall and thin. That seems to be the theme around here. But you can see, whereas everybody else you've met has worn formal wear, she seems to be in kind of a hunter's outfit. She's wearing kind of a short-sleeved shirt that has had the arms ripped off. Over that, there's a wool vest. She's wearing what you can only assume are some sort of hide pants. They're kind of they're a little bit baggy, but they're well used. You can see they've been patched. They have a lot of pockets. And a pair of heavy boots put up on the table. You can see this figure, this mask itself is wood with 2 slits cut out for eyes, but otherwise it's a bright, like, red cherry wood. The trademark ears, and almost she's flipping a hunting knife in her hand. You can see that she has this wiry strength. There's not a whole lot of bulk there, but it seems like it is very toned and well used. Polvari, if it weren't for the mask, you never would have thought this was Grelka.
Are you Grelka? Or are you Grelka too?
My name's Grelka. I'd like to know how you got that name, but I'm still waiting on yours.
I'm Polvari Broken-Nose, the baddest bitch to ever live.
Polvari, huh? Interesting. Mr. Celadol, I see. You know, you could take your hood off. As a matter of fact, let the rest of your friends in. Go ahead. Sorry, I didn't mean to scare you, I guess.
He looks back at the other and, like, taps his halberd on the wood to make a little sound.
Samir like peeks in and slips in. He just kind of stomps his way in.
Key just
Aki,
destroys the
Samir,
door.
you've met Grelka, I believe.
Yup.
But this is not the Grelka you met. Well, obviously. But this one
This
seems
Grelka's an imposter.
younger. Younger, stronger, and most importantly, more confident. She looks like she knows how to use that knife in her hand. Let's see here. What's an Agatha and what's his name?
Torzak.
Torzek. I keep wanting to say Torvar for some reason.
Torval.
I'm pretty
Nah.
sure that's an NPC from somewhere in Skyrim, but
Could be. No. Torvald sounds more accurate to that, but I don't know.
But as you move in, all of a sudden there's a blade at in between your feet, Agatha. You stop.
What's wrong?
Why did she keep getting
Make a
these fucking
stealth
knives?
check.
What?
Make hold on. Actually, no, that's gonna be what is your stealth bonus?
My stealth bonus is 18 for Agatha.
Let's see here. Let's roll for that.
And for
Woo! Maybe you tried your best to cover that, what we talked about, but that blade is flashed in between your feet, and now she's flipping another hunting knife. What are one of you doing here?
I don't know what you're talking about, dear.
Oh, spare me the bullshit. No one in their right mind, except for one of the Red Mantis, would have that symbol, pointing the knife at your cane.
I'm here on word from a goddess.
Look, all I really care is, are you here for me? If not,
No.
I don't give a fuck.
I'm not here for you.
Is there something to roll to know what the black or the red mantis is?
I'm gonna say Samir like leans over and it's just like, Bavari, do you know what that is?
I believe that'd be a society check.
Oh, I don't know. Povari very good at those. No.
Celadol might be, though.
Povari not very good at those. Because she kind of hates everybody.
Let me just grab...
Polvari's very antisocial.
Let's see here.
I was going to say, if it's like a magic society, she'd probably...
No, it's not.
I mean, there is magic. They do very much so advocate magic. But,
I
If
mean,
it's a religious group, I do have acolyte, so...
it's not religious.
it is technically also religion.
Okay, hold on. Let me. All right, it's in the core rulebook, correct? Or-
Maybe let me check. It
or is it-
is in the World Guide.
There we go. Nope, that. All right. I'm just going to read this from the book. It's easy to know if an assassination is the work of the notorious Red Mantis. They typically kill with a sacred sawtooth saber, have a knack for targeting their victims in public or in sanctuaries believed to be safe, and take steps to ensure that that those they are contracted to kill stay dead. Their prices change with each mission, but no matter the offer, the Red Mantis never targets rightfully ruling monarchs for their own deity, the Mantis god Akekek. That doesn't sound very Keck to me, but okay. Forbids the
Okay,
murder of those with a divine mandate to rule. So, other than rightful monarchs, they kill pretty much
So
anybody.
they're the
and
Dark
everybody.
Brotherhood, basically.
Mm-hmm.
Polvari just shrugs, but Celadol actually kind of... The way he cocks his head at Agatha is enough to say, yeah, he knows what that means. And he's like, huh. I would never have taken someone so advanced in age to be an assassin.
Oh, just throwing it all out there. Yes.
Right when he says that, he does kind of have this little smile as he kind of spills the beans intentionally.
I'm very close to retirement. However,
One day.
I'm too
Just one more score, Dutch.
Listen,
then-
you have to have faith in me. Tahiti, beautiful women. Sorry.
Didn't they end up in not Tahiti?
One of them ends up fucking dead from TB, so...
Well, that's the main character, I believe, correct?
Yeah. But then again, most people back then ended up dying from tuberculosis, so...
Didn't they end up in Guarma at one point?
Yeah, I think they stay along, like, the fucking... I think they end up near Mexico, don't they? They don't go anywhere near Tahiti, because that's all the way in the fucking ocean.
But
But yeah,
that being said,
I'm very close to retirement. But when a goddess of justice makes you an offer, you don't say no.
I'm more surprised that Yomade would offer something to through one of your skills, shall we say.
As was I. Which is all the more
wait,
reason
wait. The gods sent you here? Load of bullshit.
Yeah?
Polvari just turns about and says, well, let's see, how much fucking bullshit have we gotten ourselves into? Which, by the way, if not you, then another Grelka with the same mask who runs a crooked spire in it seems every goddamn city on the fucking face of the earth. Oh, let's see. Desnar said I need to find someone who's missing of ours. Actually, you know, let's cut all the bullshit. You know someone what named Bob?
She's confused. You've let her on a little merry dance here. You've told her that there are other Grelkas in the world and that they all run a Crooked Spire tavern.
oh, one of them runs a boat, but Polvar doesn't know that.
By the way, Agatha, the blade is no longer in the ground in front of you.
That's good.
Neither are the ones in the door. But she kind of stands up. Do I know someone named Bob? Do I know someone named Bob? Let's think about that for a second. Why the fuck would it matter?
Because Bob seems to be involved in all of this bullshit where no one can remember anything or we get involved in timey-wimey bullshit. Trust me, I'm a wizard.
It might not. I don't fucking know.
Listen, there's also this whole thing where it turns out that Bob's been using us this whole time, and Bob's kind of a bastard.
Like I fucking told you, I might know him, I might not. I can't remember.
Actually,
And kind of looks over, she's like, oh, actually, either my beard's getting a little grey, or that's sign enough that we might be dealing with Bobby shenanigans. People not remembering shite. Turns out
that
you
she
know
kind-
in the same boat, because apparently 10 fucking years have disappeared and I don't fucking remember any of it.
At this point, she's ended up grabbing some cups, filled them from a pot at the fireplace, and has put him on the table. Come on, sit. She puts her feet back up. Don't know what you guys are talking about, but I guess if you're gonna tell me your story, as crazy as it is, I might as well share a little bit of mine.
I gotta know Grelka's reaction to seeing Torzak.
She just kind of looks at him like everybody else, although her face is hidden behind a mask, so
Everyone looks at him and just thinks it's a dog at first. What a good puppy. Hey, how you doing? Oh!
Good puppy. Then he starts chewing on them.
Get your dog! Get your dog! It don't bite. Yes, it do!
My leg's fucking off.
Get your dog! He don't bite. Yes, he do!
Okay, so something I just realized. The free captains are in Pathfinder. 2nd edition.
Oh.
I should have seen that coming, considering Starfinder is Pathfinder.
You should have seen it coming.
Yeah.
Oh well.
Did you hear what I said?
But
I said, you'll know.
where was I?
I don't know.
Mhm.
I was trying to figure
talking.
I was trying to figure if y'all could hear what I said.
Yeah, you were talking about him being a dog.
No, I said he took wolf stance exactly so that he could eat somebody. Because it's not grandma's son if he can't.
It's not a Davabar if they can't munch.
I mean, Agatha doesn't munch.
And that's why she's her bitch sister. Then again, Bricks can't munch.
Bricks can't munch. But
Aaron can't
Bricks can
munch.
still. Aaron probably could if she really wanted to. I don't know.
She's just never used the spell.
Aaron does get access to the spell. If she really wanted the spell, she could take it.
Mm-hmm.
Mm-hmm.
They must munch, they must crunch, indeed.
Bricks also gets access to the spell, but he hasn't taken it either. But I also haven't leveled him up this far, so who knows?
They must munch, they must crunch. You're right.
The entire Davabar family during the great final battle, the last alliance of PCs and men, just all of them turn into fucking Pac-Man and start eating people. By our powers combined.
Crunch.
Jesus.
Waka 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 waka.
All right. So, she set cups of, well, some hot kind of drink out for everybody, and she's motioned for you guys to sit.
Oh hell yeah, Pulvari's gonna sit there, just gonna take a sippy poo and see if it's alcoholic.
Well, it is hard apple cider.
She sits there,
Warm
she's
hard
like,
apple cider.
takes a sip, she's like, good enough. And then just fucking pounds it.
Hey, you gotta save some for the rest of us. That pot's the only one I've got for today.
Ah, why is it everywhere we go, I can't get fucking shit-faced?
So, tell me your guys' story. There's this asshole named Bob.
Actually, we got a whole fucking limerick from it. You wanna hear?
Not particularly, but I think you're gonna tell me anyways.
There once was a dwarf what named Bob.
There
Hired
we go.
us all for a job. He lied about facts, stuffed a knife in our backs. Now we're out to punch him in the gob.
Oh, that's it, huh?
Catchy though.
As far as limericks go, I guess it isn't ear-piercing.
Basically,
very
we've been
catchy.
contracted to find shite for this fucking magic dwarf man. But then he tried to fucking disintegrate us out of existence. And now we're
Really?
kind of pissed.
Well, you certainly look good for being disintegrated.
I got better.
My sister told me about that. I think.
I thought better.
But did she? I don't remember. I remember someone talking about
Ralph,
disintegration.
you died. Nope.
I got better.
Just, you died. Nope.
I fucking love Ralph.
Well, let's see. For me, I guess you could call me local guide and monster hunter. I don't exactly remember a whole lot of what was going on, or anything for that matter. More or less, I woke up in the bed here at the tavern one day, and I had to figure out the rest from there. That being said, if you need some guides around the caverns, I might be your gal. For a fee.
Well, you see, we are looking for something. Couple of things, actually.
Oh, really? I might just know where they might be.
We were whispered
Maybe.
from the gods what to go looking for these temples. Something around these parts ain't right, and got their fucking divine panties in a knicker twist.
At that, she does laugh. You're funny. Gods. Bunch of bullshit.
She fucking like slams her hands on the table and leans in real close and is like, I ain't fucking kidding, look in me eyes. If I were kidding, I'd have already been laughing by now. But you can see by the quiver in me beard that I'm telling the truth.
Her face is hidden behind her boots, and so she moves her boots for a second. She looks at you. Then she puts her feet back, and she's like, you might think they exist, but here, they don't exist in any shape of the word.
Well, I think we found our problem, boys. The gods. The gods don't exist.
Fuck me.
Look, if you're looking for old temples, yeah, sure they exist, but they haven't been in operation in decades, maybe even hundreds of years.
There was a key thing she said. So, if I try to cast a cantrip, does it work?
Well, what cantrip are you casting?
Oh no.
Just light.
Yeah, it works.
Okay, so I still have spells. That was important. You're like, that's a sigh of relief, like, seems like they might not be completely gone.
Completely gone? What are you fucking talking about? Magic is magic. Doesn't mean they're gods.
Mine comes from Pelura and Nishava.
Pelura? Who the fuck's Pelura?
Must not.
Must not proselytize.
Yeah.
Hey, sweetheart, calm down. She didn't mean anything by it. It's all right.
No, not angry. Calm down. No, you see, he's like, mustn't go on long discussion about Pelura and her guidance is not right.
No, hey,
It must
I
not
know.
enact crusade.
Yeah,
I know.
must not in that crusade.
I mean,
I
like,
know.
eventually when we get 9th level spells, that's what you have to take now is crusade.
Dude, look, buddy. I know.
No,
This statement doesn't change. Calm down. She didn't mean anything by it. It's all right.
no, he's just like he's just like Pelura and Nishava are maybe not as well known gods as some, but gods nonetheless.
Look, I dug through all of those temples. There's nothing interesting to take. Hell, they're just... even the statues there are kind of looking worn down. Even... whatever you're talking about with well-known gods, if they ever existed, they're dead down here.
We should check out these temples.
Well, have good luck this time of night. They're on the other side of town.
Well, we can do it in the morning.
After
That's
we
probably
talk
good.
To Fancy Pants.
Probably a good idea, considering all the husks wander around at night.
And what?
Excuse me.
Oh, by the way, despite her saying you should probably take your hood off, he hasn't. And he's like, and what would a husk be?
A husk, my fine elven friend. By the way, I used to think I just had pointy ears to be pointy. But eventually I was told that I wasn't human, which is probably why they treat me like shit here. I have not been allowed inside the city walls since the last time. Oh, when was that? Oh, at this point, it's probably been 10 or 12 years. But I digress. My pointy-eared friend, the husks, are, well, more or less they're people, or were. They kind of just wander around this frozen wasteland and, well, must not Holy Crusade, I agree.
So
Must...
they're zombies.
No. Zombie... We've had zombie outbreaks. That's different. These husks, they look like people until you talk to them. Then they try and murder you.
Do they not murder us if we don't talk to them?
Sometimes it depends if they're hungry or not.
These are sounding a lot like zombies.
Very much so.
No. Zombies are rotting flesh, right? These are just people. That's why sometimes it gets a little difficult to distinguish the people from the husks. Now I remember why I got kicked out those years ago. I compared a shop owner to a husk when he decided to give me another blank look. I was just trying to have a conversation with him, but he kept giving me those stupid dead eyes. And I said, come on, are you a husk or are you going to sell me something?
Oof.
They didn't like that very much. Nobody in town has a sense of humor.
Can I roll something to see if I recognize what she's describing?
That does explain why we haven't seen anyone in the town. And now that the fucking cat's out of the bag, and they're in a place where no one's gonna really spill the beans that he's an elf to people.
That's what the 34 was for, by the way.
What should I roll?
For that, go ahead and roll Arcane.
Oh, hell yeah.
Oh, not religion? Okay.
No.
Oh, well, it doesn't matter.
Yeah, Saldo will pull down his hood, and he's a very young-looking elf. He's got kind of a short-cut, dusty, light blonde hair. Like most elves, the only thing you can see of his eyes, because they're so massive, are their, like, pupils.
Mm-hmm.
At least I think that's how they're described in the Pathfinder book. They all have these, like, faintly colored eyes that are almost buggy because they're so big and almond-shaped.
Mm-hmm.
And that same crystal that his arm seems to be made of has crept up part of his neck, and a thin bit of it has, like, stretched up his cheek towards his nose.
Should probably look and say, oh, well, aren't you mostly a cute little thing? You might want to get that checked, though. Motioning to the face. To her face.
Yeah, he, like, rubs his hand against it, and he's like, a gift of Urel.
A gift of who now?
If you don't believe in the gods, then it is of little import.
Fair enough. Like I said, if the gods are living, they certainly do not fucking live in Deep Blue. Be it as it may, like I said, I've seen the temples. I've gone wandering through some of them. There are husks there. Speaking of which, now that we've mentioned that again, Pulvari.
in Halfdorn, before you ran into the other party, you were in the library.
Mm-hmm.
You did stumble across a transformation known as husking. Husking happens when a soul is ripped from a body while the body is still living, meaning that the husk of the person is left, well, more or less to wander aimlessly. Generally, some people, well, some sorcerers have posited that you could take a husked body and either dominate will, because there is no will left, or find another way to implant your own will into it to control it. Maybe an easy way of creating a slave army. In
Oh, no.
addition, what's that?
I said, oh no, Kira created a husk when he spirit blasted that guy's soul out of his body.
No, but you also both fucking murdered him, so he's not getting
Right.
back up.
It's just like, oh no.
Because you and Stella, no. Yeah, because Stella did it too. She also spirit blasted someone's soul to the fucking nether realm.
Yeah.
So, with the method of husking, more or less, you remove the soul, but you keep the base functions alive. The little thing that, tells your body to breathe, and or more or less they're kind of like in a coma. But
they're more like animals in a way
Right.
than people.
however, however, you've never heard of a husked figure turning aggressive.
Must be something around here got them so pissy. Ain't much
Oh.
you hear about husks deciding to get up and kick people in the dick.
Probably. Not much of my business, though. See, they keep me around. They keep me around because I keep some of the population in check, and more importantly, away from the walls. That way, the husks inside, those people that wander around and don't talk to you except when they absolutely have to because of some bullshit ordinance, they've decided that you can't be trusted and we're going to pretend that you don't exist. Sorry, that was... Yeah.
That's not something localized entirely here. It's an unfortunate thing that both half-elves and half-orcs must deal with.
I don't think it's just half-elves here, friend. I think it's every non-human.
Sivrin
See...
would be very happy here.
See, I've met some husked elves, and some husked dwarves. Never met a living one, though.
Well, in the case of the elves, I believe it be because the city used to belong to the elves before it was taken. How, I do not know.
Taken. Look, I've been around here forever. I've never seen anything other than humans run this place. How could it be?
Because the elves are incredibly long-lived, and we were the first people of this world.
That explains why I haven't died yet of boredom.
You are not as a half-elf, you are not as long-lived as us, but most elves can live well past 600 years.
So define it for me. I'm half elf and half what? Human?
Human, more than like.
That was a word they always just threw about when I was around, but they never really stopped to explain what that meant.
There was a time long ago when the elves had cities all across the world, but the only place I could imagine being from around here, well, even to us, as storied as we are, and with so long a history, we believe it to be little more than a legend.
Oh?
It is a city called Atlantis. The legends say that it was swallowed up in an earthquake. Some say that it sank beneath the waves, that it was once an island. But he looks back over, like, the fact that we're in this giant cave. He's like, if we were swallowed up by the ground, who's to say this place was not? And who's to say that in the millennia since then, the pathways of water across the world have changed in such a way that this used to all be underneath the ocean?
Sorry.
It's an interesting theory. And come to think of it, no. Whatever you say. So, you guys are here to what? Just confirm that the temples are in fact empty? And then what?
Have you ever heard of a soul gym?
Soul
I don't know
Gym.
if you asked that. Yeah.
No. But then again, they wouldn't tell me jack nor shit. They wouldn't tell me if Jack left town and left a pile of shit. They wouldn't even tell me what shit was if they thought they could get away with it.
Have you seen a green light coming from anywhere?
There are plenty of fucking blue ones, though.
Yeah. Okay.
Sorry I can't be more help in that respect.
He just shrugs. Doesn't want to bring someone else into the soul-sucking, disintegrate-raying death match that's going on.
Good idea.
Look, I'm a simple gal. I do two things. I kill shit, and I piss people off. And I'm better at one than I am the other.
Do you make potato soup?
What's a potato?
No!
Just kidding. Yes, I make fucking potato soup. What else do you think there is to eat around here?
Mollusks.
No, you don't want to eat those. They're permafrosted. It's like you've, no, you don't want to eat those.
Why does this place suck so much?
It's not too...
I don't know. Everywhere else doesn't.
At least most places you go, you're not getting chewed on by permafrosted not zombies. Sometimes it's just zombies.
So what? It's just permafrost then?
No. It's warm. Most places. Well, during most of the year.
It's not bad here.
Yeah, but you're a goddamn dragon in a person's body.
He's a what now?
A dragon. You never heard of a dragon?
I mean, I fought some.
God damn, girl. Ooh, I like that.
Well, I'll let him explain, because even to me, I kind of say, "Ooh, that's some magic-y bullshit I don't understand."
Like, he actually just shrugs, like, it's nothing. It's just not too cold here.
Whatever you say. No, but warm? The whole world's gotta be just like this, don't it?
No, not
Because
really.
if this is hell, why the hell would... If this isn't hell, why the hell would we be living here?
Considering they have labs, perhaps the cold is something they desire.
Maybe. Never been in those labs before. Who knows what they look like? This whole fucking location, though. I mean, you can't even get out of the harbor 6 months of the year. Maybe... She kind of sits up. Maybe that's the point. right? They don't want to be found.
That's
But
my
why?
fault.
I do believe that is exactly their point. From the stories I've heard, Deep Blue remains hidden.
What stories have you heard about Deep Blue? I didn't realize they even talked about us out there.
It's very rare. Anyone seeking Deep Blue usually never comes back. That's the main story. And beyond that, no one knows where it is.
Okay. So then tell me, what... Don't come back. What kind of soft-hearted bullshit is the rest of the world?
It means that they disappear. They probably end up fucking dead.
Or
Well,
trapped.
yeah, and what kind of weak asshole ends up coming to a place like this and dying?
I think it's less dying, more not being allowed to leave.
It's not that they're not allowed to leave, it's that nobody fucking can leave.
Why not?
Well, the harbor's frozen 6 months of the year. The other 6 months of the year, those vessels, they don't have anybody on them. They sail by themselves. I don't fucking know how it works.
Why not just go up? If you can just break through the ground above.
Yeah, through 300 to 500 feet of ice, without collapsing it and killing everybody else.
Oh, there's a hole now.
Yeah, that'll be covered over come next blizzard.
I think the blizzard would make the ground beneath the hole rise up a little bit from snow, but might even give us a way out.
Oh, you've never seen how fast those holes fill, do you? Guarantee you, it's probably not there right now.
Well, I've never been here, so no.
So long story short, most never come back because most never left.
That's the theory.
Look, at the end of the day, the board can talk to you a whole lot better than I can about this shit. And lucky you, you've had an invitation. With that, she probably stands up. Sorry, I don't mean to bore you. Look, go ahead, there are rooms. They haven't been touched. Just make yourself at home, I guess. The top room is mine, though. Leave that alone, please.
Right? Who's coming with me?
Well, she's already turned and walked up the stairs.
Oh.
I got dibs on the best room.
I'll sleep wherever. Like he's just like he just grunts and nods.
Stay inside at least. The last thing we need is for you to go get eaten by spooky frost snowman zombies.
Well, inside or outside, it's all the same. There's no sky. So I believe inside will be fine, I suppose.
Anyway, yeah, Pulvari and Saladal will go and find a place.
Same.
Alrighty, and she wasn't lying. It seems like all of these rooms are exactly the same. Empty, not in disrepair, but empty. There's a bed, and when I say a bed, more or less, it's a collection of blankets on the ground with probably some padding. There's not really a dresser, there's no closet. Just a room with a bed. So much for an inn, huh?
It's better than being outside in the cold.
Very, very true. All right. Everyone's going to bed, correct?
Yeah, we'll go to bed so we can get an early start.
Unless people want to try and run around the town at night.
Yeah, no, I'm good.
Let's see here. Real fast. Let's see here. Hmm. All right. Everyone, please make me
Roll
a will
time!
save.
Oh no! Oh no!
Oh yes.
I will use a point. Fuck it. Yeah, well,
Also, if this counts as a fear effect,
I don't think
I
it
get
is.
a +1 or a +2.
It is not a fear effect.
Goodbye, Aki. It was nice knowing
What
you.
does the thing say in resounding bravery?
I think this is more of a mind control or something weird.
Oh, well, if it's anything to alter my consciousness, I get a +2 from
We'll
unwavering mean.
all we know is Aki failed it hard.
Uh,
I
Let's
should have just
see
kept
here.
the 9.
Whoever this fucker is, if I passed, I get a +1 status bonus to saves, and a number of temporary hit points equal to half my level for 1 minute. So fuck him.
Well,
no, Agatha and a key. No, wait, hold on.
I really should have just kept the 26. Oh well.
Yeah, Agatha and a key. The night goes by for everyone, but for whatever reason, it seems like neither of you are ever able to fall into a restful sleep. Come what feels like morning, you two are going to suffer the fatigued condition. You're tired and can't summon much energy. You take a -1 status penalty to AC and savings throws. And you recover from fatigue after a full night's rest. So, not only did you not get your full night's rest, now you're fatigued. Everyone else who passed had difficulty getting to sleep, but it wasn't impossible, and eventually you all got less than your normal amount of sleep, but a stable amount. Enough where you didn't take your exhaustion.
I was gonna say, does a crit success negate that?
That's a good point. I would have a major crit.
What are we looking at here?
Because I rolled a 42 and I actually treat success, or I treat my results as 1 step higher, I think. Let me double check. Yeah, if I roll a success on a will save, I get a critical success instead.
So this one's either a pass fail.
Okay,
okay.
that's fine.
Yep.
No, that's what we were asking.
Sorry. Yep.
No, you're good.
It's a basic check, not a normal check.
I think I can just shrug off fatigue.
I think James, I think you mean the exact opposite of that.
Yeah, basic is what they call it when it's a what's it called, a pass or suck.
No, basic is has the crit success where it's just your unaffected. Success is. Yeah.
I don't think
Isn't it?
so.
You sure?
Yeah, because when you go to spells and it has saving
The
throws.
saddest sentence I've
Actually-
ever heard.
Actually, basic saves are just for damage.
Yeah, and that's usually what ones are save or sucks.
Yeah.
So, waking, wake up in the morning.
Feeling like P Diddy?
No, you do not. Especially Agatha. You most certainly do not feel like P Diddy.
I
There's
mean,
one person I don't feel like right now. It's this man named P. Diddy.
I mean, actually, she probably might, because like P Diddy probably gets fucked up. All right, so probably feels exactly like P Diddy.
Okay, maybe you do. I don't know. Up in the morning, Grilka's already up before anyone, even the people that didn't sleep, is sitting there. She's cooking over the fire. Maybe you stagger down one by one, and she kind of nods to each of you but doesn't say anything. She's setting out, breakfast of. It's not much, it's porridge. How is everybody feeling this morning?
Key is very, very snappy.
Pulvari like wanders down. She's like, "Why do I feel like I got a hangover, but I didn't get to have the fun part?"
Well, that's probably because you're getting used to sleeping down in this hellhole.
Wonderful.
Yeah, it gets worse, I promise.
There's just a growl from a key. Not a grunt, it's just a little growl.
That's not what I wanted to hear, dude. This isn't good for my old bones.
Oh, old people. I don't know anything about that, sorry.
One day.
Maybe. Or maybe I'll finally find something I can't kill. That'd be nice. She's put the porridge on the table
I'm so
in the
tempted to have
center.
Pulvari go, "You can't kill me, so you found it."
I was thinking
I was getting ready to say,
You've already found it. But I'm in a good mood.
I was so close.
And that she's poured herself she's got herself a bowl of porridge, and you can't tell how she's eating from under the mask, but she's eating, under the mask.
A lot of slurping.
So, what's your plan today?
Visit the
Probably-
temple.
Visit the temple.
See if there's one for our Lord and Savior, Kekak.
You guys have fun with that. Unless you're looking for a guide, in which case I ask a gold a day.
It's not the Grelka we're used to, but neither was the last one.
true.
By the way, the Egyptians had a personification of darkness that was called Kek.
Yep.
Uh,
Yep, Kek.
Was his twin brother Cringe, the god of light?
Kringe.
But,
But, No, in fact, you know what's even funnier? A lot of times Kek was depicted with frogs in some way.
Okay, so the
That's
food being aggressively pushed through the mask, that would work if there was a face slit. But there's only eye slits. So now I'm seeing her shove porridge through her eye slit.
Dude, no,
Ew.
dude, even more horrifying, or not even horror, just kind of sad, right? Is like just pushing the food onto the mask, not even actually eating it, just sort of pushing it over. Really, it's like really depressing. Ah, it's sad. I hate it. Thanks, I hate it.
That would be sad. Those would be real sad boy hours.
Those are real sad boy hours.
Samir is probably just like, I think I know my way in around temples enough. You wouldn't be necessary, I don't believe.
Get fucked, old
Okay.
lady.
Suit yourself.
We still
I
get
don't,
Probably
to,
gonna have to go all the way around though.
I don't need your help, Dab.
Around what?
Well, around the city. They're not gonna let you walk straight through the labs to get there.
Why didn't you say so in the first place?
I think the
can't-
most direct route you could do is, walk through the city to Wind Valley and then head on down.
Or maybe we can get like a temporary fucking pass from Fancy Pants when we talk to him.
Yeah, that's what you're gonna do. Mm-hmm.
Probably shouldn't be going through the labs anyway. I don't think it'd be good to break the laws here. At least
Oh,
not.
I don't know. They're hiding something in there, which means
Of
I
course
want
they-
it.
They're hiding something everywhere, haven't you noticed?
Yeah, but this time they're hiding it while they're also hiding other shit.
Yep. You betcha. Well, whatever you guys try and do, I'm gonna go hunting. I'll be back later, she says at this point, standing up. You guys have fun. Maybe you'll decide to pay me later. Oh, piece of interest. I guess I should just tell you. So, this place used to have a forest, and when I say used to have a forest, I mean like a long time ago. The remnants are left in a mine to the the southwest of here. They're abandoned now, and they're a great place for monsters to do their thing. I'm gonna go there. If you need me, that's where I'll be. With that, she gets up, and she's already got all her gear together and heads towards the door. What's the plan?
You know, I just realized if I had agreed to have this be actually the Celadol, it might be a lot easier to get what's his name to agree. By just being like, hey, by the way, spooky bastards are gonna come and destroy the universe. You might want to let me just have fucking free reign in your town, just saying.
I mean, maybe.
Granted, most people are kind of like, nah, right, whatever. And then the bad shit happens and they're like, oh!
I like and don't like Grilka. This is true. She's not the nice Grilka you guys are used to. But
Hashtag
this is
not
all a
my
Grilka.
Grelka.
What's that?
Hashtag not my Grelka.
But hey, she might be useful.
We're not going to use her ever.
Never mind, Akupando. Okay.
We have no money.
So,
In terms of money, we have no money.
what is the plan, ladies and gents?
A lot of things is the plan.
Well, what time is it now? Because we have to be at the castle around noon.
Oh, this
This
is
is
early. This is like 7.
And how long do you think it takes to waddle our happy asses to the castle?
Maybe 30 minutes. It's literally even if you do want to if you do want to follow, the roads, that was bad. The shortest route through would probably be following the main roads. Nope. It's
Why
a
don't we just-
kilometer away. They're going to just say that's a kilometer.
Oh, we're meeting in the center of the city?
No. Come on. You're going to want to make your way through, unless you wanted to cut through the residential.
Yeah, I was like, we could just follow the wall if we really wanted to.
Yeah, that's not a bad idea if you wanted to.
Unless buildings are built right up against it, which is done in some cities.
This one, there's clearance. So it looks like it's almost a kilometer. So you're talking maybe 20 minutes.
Yeah, we should probably do the meeting first because we go all the way down to the temples, and then we only have like an hour before we have to start heading back.
I was going to say we could spend some time wandering around, like the bazaar.
Yeah, I agree. Let's do bazaar. And
I
then
Wait,
am-
the bazaar's not open yet.
after meeting, we can go to
Well,
temples.
the bazaar will be open at 9. You don't have to be there until noon.
So maybe until then, maybe Seldol's going to suggest that we go and like investigate those markings he found. See if we can learn more about what happened here. You know, the elven markings.
Not a bad idea. That's something that took place up near Hayridge, correct?
Yeah, it wasn't long after we got brought in.
Yeah. So, that's something. Okay, Celadol suggested that. Anybody else have any other ideas? Agatha?
I'm thinking. I don't know. You know, it's probably best to get our bearings, but as far as doing that, we'd need to wait till all the other things are open, I think. So
Okay.
I think Celadol's idea is probably the best idea we've got at the moment.
Agreed.
Did you say there was like a green spot in like the ceiling when we fell through?
No.
So,
Or was that supposed to be like the light of the Aurora Borealis filtering through?
Oh.
Well, outside in under the vaulted ceiling, there's the shimmering from the light combined with the waves of the water, kind of creating that shimmering light on
Okay,
the
I just wasn't
roof.
sure if maybe we could have sent what's his name? Torzek up there, because I was like, maybe if there's a green spot in the ceiling, that's the soul gem stuck in the ice.
Well, I mean, there is some green and purple shimmering on the roof, but not really. It's kind of all across the ceiling.
I was gonna say, because if that's where it is, that sucks. Because how are we gonna get it?
I was gonna
The
say, by the way,
password is please.
I was gonna say, by the way, the wings is not a spell. It is a 2-action ancestral feat. So, or heritage feat, more accurately, because tiefling. But yeah. So, that's a once per day thing, though. So we use it good. We use it well. We don't fuck around. That shit ain't
Well,
permanent until
alright.
later.
Okay. I was gonna say, you guys wander your way through the town. The portcullis is closed when you get up there, but I'm assuming. Well, actually,
Samir will
up there
probably.
and- Go ahead.
I was like, is there a golem standing there?
There is actually one standing on the other side of the portcullis.
Can I read its nameplate?
Me
Yes.
Okay. Yeah, I'll read out its nameplate, and it's like,
I2G2. Same one as
Oh,
last
yeah.
time.
okay, I'm like, I2G2. It's you again.
Greetings.
Would you open this door, please? Or portcullis, you
Processing.
said.
Processing. Processing.
Waiting.
Friendly status confirmed. Opening portcullis. And the portcullis lifts.
Enter!
All right. Well, you guys head through, working your way towards North Town. Now, even though it is 7 in the morning, there is a bustle of activity going on. There are, well, people running to and fro. It seems like they are trying to get, well, some look like they're headed towards the bazaar, others looks like they're headed towards the labs, some the docks. All are flooding out of the North District. They don't stop to talk, they don't look at you, they don't, well, some of them, sing glimpses at you. But once they realize you're looking, they hurriedly look away. They're all humans. They all, well, there is kind of a collection of skin tones. You've got 3 major types. You have some of the pale, then you have a little bit of the dark, and then there's kind of a mix of in between. All of them do share the same silver hair, though.
Holy
In
shit.
addition, they all have blue eyes.
This is weird. Aki feels really uncomfortable now.
Oh,
He's
Seldol's
angry
got
and
his hood back
uncomfortable.
up, by the way.
Oh, okay.
He's not going outside, making people know that he's an elf.
Right. Sorry, I just realized I'm really far away from the mic. All right. But one thing that is, yeah, I didn't notice any noises, James.
I thought you meant for me because I thought one of my roommates was vacuuming. I was like, oh, I'm sorry.
One of the things that you'll notice that is thankfully different is that, excuse me, there are all shapes and sizes of people. All shapes and sizes. You don't see any children, but you do see people thin, thick, thin, tall, short.
Anyone
Go ahead.
give Pulvari a look that would be called... Well, something she would become incensed at.
Well, make me a perception check.
As she's wandering around, this very short, stocky woman with a horrifically mangled looking hair and also a fucking beard.
Can I weaponize create water? Yes. No. Not right now. But okay. You'll notice that some people eyes linger on you a little bit longer, as well as the Davabars. I know Agatha's last name is different, but she's a Davabar.
Yeah, she actually married.
I know, but that's not my fault that she took the wrong last name.
I know.
So,
I'll hyphenate it just for you.
they seem to notice the non-humanness of you. Some of it is perplexed. Some of it almost a hint of not revulsion, but kind of a it's one of them.
Are any of them staring at Aki?
No, I mean there are some
Good. He's
looks
comfortable with
at
that.
your party as a whole, but to them, blue eyes, silver hair, that looks normal.
Yeah,
And
he's
does
like,
anyone seem to mind that Celadon always has his halberd in hand?
Most people don't even notice.
a lot
They're
of us.
so
are good.
weirded
It
out by
looks
the
like-
gnomes, they don't know he's got a weapon.
It looks like you don't see any human guards around. All of the guard duties seem to be dedicated to the ice golems.
That's probably why they know I'm not going to try shit with a golem.
Baba Booey. Yes.
If only we had the anti-magic zone.
No golems. Fucking treehouse, but we put a sign out front that says no golems.
But moving north through town, you're seeing lots more evidence now that you know where to look for it, Celadol, of, elven architecture. Sometimes it's in wall that's been replastered, sometimes it's in archways that have been redone. This used to be something elven.
He's specifically looking for anything that would have writing on it.
And that is when you get back up to Hayridge. At this point, everyone seems to have filtered out of the north part of town, and they were all headed south anyways, so you're fairly well left alone. There's an ice golem or two, but you're not obviously doing anything that is not supposed to be done, so they don't bother you.
Should we perform some B&E?
That would be
Should I
obviously wrong.
Should I cast Fireball at one of the buildings?
Might be more fire resistant than you think.
Yeah, but if all that ice melts, I might have weaponized Create Water.
Oh god.
It's already weaponized. In this place, you just create water on like a door frame and it seals the door shut as it turns ice.
I wasn't even thinking about that.
Create water like around someone's foot, it freezes solids.
Create water around someone's head.
And then they look like Arnold from Magic School Bus when they went to Pluto.
Yo, he fucking dead!
I'm glad somebody got that. All right. So, heading there, you do find that plaque you were looking at the other day. This is elven writing. Much, much older elven writing that you found even in a lot of your researching. You might even call it Atlantean writing.
Atlantean writing. Wait a minute. Are we going to find a guy that's really into explosives? Look, I need the bridge. It'll only take 10 seconds.
I hadn't considered that, and I don't think that's going to happen.
I should have made a character for this.
Are we gonna find a big strong guy who has fucking a bone saw, and also a little guy who's always talking about the dirt?
I was gonna say I should have made like a little gnome that likes to dig around.
Whoa,
and
you sat in the dirt, didn't you? All right, Mo. It's time for a bath. No, the dirt. God, I loved Dr. Sweet for that. You know, me, I hate fish. Hate fish, hate the smell, hate the taste, hate all them little bones. One thing I was reading about with him specifically is they were actually having trouble having his mouth keep up with his talking when they were animating it.
Oh God.
And so
I still think my favorite is just in the background as everyone's like, Commander.
What?
There's something on the radio.
No, you do my job for me.
But I just love the idea of like playing like a fucking investigator in this game who's trying to like get the attention of a mayor, and Tim's like, mayor. Little
I'm very busy right now.
Tugging it.
I'm the mayor, after all.
Yeah, we find this investigator's been kicked out of town for you're bad journalism. Get out of my town. I'm totally not a synth.
God damn it.
Oh God, but yeah, I'm Mayor McDonut, after all.
And then you murder him, and he goes from Mayor McDonough to Mayor McDunn.
Oh God.
Anyways,
all right.
fantastic.
So, yep, this is you could call it Atlantean writing. It's so far it takes you a little bit. It's almost like you're dissecting a foreign language, and then you're comparing the writing, oh, okay, well, we don't do our O's like that anymore. That T, I think, and they did the thing where they replaced the S's with the F's,
It's
and
like trying to translate into middle or out of Middle English.
or Old English even. It's like, we don't use those pronouns anymore. Let's try if I replace that with that. More or less, you end up with city and province of Atlantis. No, I wasn't about to say city and province of England, because that would be somewhere completely different. So, yep.
But what is it talking about, at least? Like a general gist?
Yeah, it's a sign, more or less declaring this is the city of Atlantis. There is an established date, which you're looking at, and that was 22 generations ago. Elven generations ago.
Oh, damn.
So if we assume that elves live to be 600, 600 times 22 is 13,200.
I was thinking as in generations of birth. So, yeah. So 100 years from a child to adult, and then they have next set potentially.
Technically, they do reach physical maturity at age 20. They're just not considered emotionally adult until 100.
Right, and that's where I considered that. So, about 200 years from time of establishment.
It's not too much to say that I might have, like, paper and charcoal.
Oh, no, not at all. That makes sense for you.
Because basically Saldal wants to just take he puts the paper over it and he rubs the charcoal over it to get an engraving.
Fully wise is he that can know himself. I believe is that first sentence correct?
Yep. It's a
that takes a minute. Yeah. I think I just recognized that first sentence because the rest of that to me is gibberish.
Also, thank you, Thick Pancake, for the 100 bits for the Atlantis movie references.
Wow. You thank him, but you don't thank me.
You're actually in this game. That's like if I donated money to my safe and I was like, wow, thanks, me. You're so cool.
I don't get paid for this. Hold up. We're supposed to get paid?
This is getting... No one's getting paid for this. This is Twitch.
No one's getting paid for this.
We don't even get to bring out the money until we make $100. But, consider it a business expenditure.
I'm taking the bits back. Undo. I'll go give them to myself.
It is Twitch Big Oof, yeah.
Why do you think streamers like to do the whole, I do this and I give away subs? They're giving away subs to their own channel. They get that.
Hey, look, buddy.
Oh, that's true.
It's my money and I need it now.
Call J.G. Wentworth.
Oh, God, all right.
Cash now.
We are completely off the fucking
That's
rails.
what Celadon ends up fighting. He's like, here's Atlantis. If you need cash money, go Elf G. Wentworth.
God. All right. So you've taken your charcoal rubbing, and something catches your eye.
Uh-huh.
Looking at the structure of this. So, as the original story goes, the city was swallowed up by either an earthquake or an island that was sunk beneath the waves, right? Well, if there is any of that damage, it's been repaired in an elven style. All of these changes that have gone to humans, that have gone to a human style of how buildings, has taken place after a repair. So if there was a disaster, it seems kind of likely that the populace recovered and repaired the damage. Meaning that it wasn't the collapse or the earthquake that killed the elven people here.
Fucking humans.
So what you're saying is the Age of Discovery also was a little bit bloody.
I mean, humans were involved. You know how we handle things. To
Yeah,
quote a Disney movie, to quote Pocahontas, which, as bad as that movie is, this one fucking line in a song is actually basically human nature. It's, they're not like you and me, which means they must be evil.
Unfortunately, that is quite a bit of human history, isn't it?
It's most human history.
That's like 90% of it.
No, 90% of human history is Freddie Mercury, right? You know, there's Freddie Mercury, then there's the rest of human history. At least that's how I was taught, right? No?
I knew the American education system was bad, but I didn't think it was that bad. I mean, I know that it's like, the average deer weighs around 70 cheeseburgers.
Ah, yes, genocide, my favorite. It's not my favorite, but, you know, it makes for some compelling stories.
It does.
So,
I don't want to talk about genocide, I just want to barbecue.
Isn't that the same thing?
So, with
Wow!
that, I didn't actually hear what he said, and I don't think I want to.
Man.
What'd he say?
I was making a joke about that fucking, you know, everybody's talking about socialists and Nazis. I just want a barbecue meme because boomers are not funny. And I said, I just want to genocide. I just want a barbecue. And fucking Gary says, isn't that the same thing?
Oh, Gary.
And this time it's not the elves doing it. This is very true.
Y'all are the ones that are
pancake.
beating it.
One thick pancake. Not the. There are many, but this is one. So.
We are many. We are. The many thick pancakes will soon overwhelm the mainland.
Oh, God.
Greenland is already lost.
But, moving along. Let's see. Headed to the bazaar. It's about 9 at this point. What are you guys looking for at the bazaar?
Mostly just probably going to start by taking a look around and seeing what is available.
All right. Looking around, there seems to be quite a bit of fish. A lot of fish. Probably because that's their main source of protein. A lot of fish. Fish and then crustaceans. So you've got your
Crab. You called
crab, you've got your lobster, you've got your
Crab.
clams, you've got your oysters.
Crab.
You've even got some shrimp and prawns.
I want
as soon
shrimp
as
and
we
cream.
find the shrimp, like Polvari is just like pointing at him and it's like, what'd I tell ya? Cocktail shrimp's in the fucking ice basket that is this nightmare.
What the fuck? Alright.
You know, you go to a party and they have cocktail shrimp and they're always in like a platter of ice to keep them cold.
Oh, right.
Yeah.
Stop.
Don't worry, James. I know.
Look, guys, look. It's one of my greatest achievements.
All right. That being said, something you notice when it comes to, so there's the food section of it. Actually, there's an open section of the market and then there's a covered section. The covered section looks like it's dedicated buildings for crafts. So there's what looks to be a carpenter, a blacksmith, stuff like that. They don't have any weaponry specifically for sale. You don't have much in the way of armor. More of it tends to be winter clothing.
Well,
Something
they got
all
the
of you
They got the golems to do it for them. Why would they need weapons?
Correct. Something interesting that I think all of you notice, however, is that for this many people in a market, it is very quiet. There's no chattering, at least not, not out in the open. There's not, a whole lot of people in the way of calling out their wares. It's very quiet. You do see some children here socializing, but even they seem to kind of huddle in small groups and murmur among themselves.
So how do they handle when fucking loudmouth Polvari comes waltzing into town?
Loudmouth Polvari is quite the distraction.
So anyway, that's when I found the fucking orcs. You see, they were camping out on the hill, and I said to them, "Fuck you, fireball." And then they were all on fire, and there's nothing that quite gets me. Oh, it warms the cockles of me oversized. Oh no, wait, it's me liver that's oversized and rotten. There's nothing that quite warms the cockles of my diseased heart than the smell of burning orcs.
There's quite a few people looking at you, like, when you're not paying attention. You can catch glimpses of them staring at you. But
Yeah, every
other
now and
than
then she
that-
just pauses and looks at one's like, "Fuck are you looking at? Your nose is the size of a fucking skyscraper. Is it 'cause air's free, you cheap fuck?"
no, fuck, they don't all have hooked noses. Aw.
No, she's just pointing out, like, very small imperfections on them and just being a fucking bitch.
I fucking love that.
Polvari, you know that Grelka was kicked out for less.
Yeah, she probably is, like, points to one, probably like a fucking kid. It's like, "And you!"
No.
Don't say anything. Gonna get you kicked out, Polvari. You need to figure out what the fuck's going on. Get kicked out after you have your
Now,
meeting.
what's something that's a good point is Grelka insulted them and called them a husk. You could probably do, as long as it's not that. There's nobody that's come and told you to stop. There's nobody that's even said anything back.
Yeah, this has mostly been like, "Oh, your ears are so fucking big. What are you trying to do? Grow them into wings so you can fly out of here?" And stuff like that.
Wow. Polvari is.
What did you say
man,
that to?
I don't know, just some
Polari's
guy with, like,
vicious.
big ears.
Oh, ears. Okay.
Polvari, you've got a connoisseur in chat. I prefer my orcs lightly roasted with a dash of red wine.
I find that if they're very quickly charred broiled, though, it really holds in the flavor. Because Fireball makes everything better. It leaves everything with it's a sort of texture that evocation magic leaves behind.
I think when it comes to grandma, she likes to get right to the chase and just eat it. Like, fuck the cooking. You don't need to cook that shit.
Somewhere
Oh,
in the
God.
distance throughout this cave, we hear that rumbling.
They just all fucking scatter. She's been terrorizing us for months. Where did she come
She's
from?
back! The
She's your
insatiable one.
She eats ice golems.
Oh yeah, the golems are running around panicking.
Danger, danger, danger.
Where did she
So-
come from? Where did she go?
Where'd you come from? Where'd you go? Where'd you come from? Scary grandma.
Margaret Sophie?
God. All right.
Magic eye
So-
grandma.
Are you guys looking for anything specifically here at the bazaar?
Also, how prevalent does magic seem to be here? Do people sell magic wares?
There is not a ton in the way of magic wares. You may see some things that are used, what seem to be used as heat sources. They're little half globes, more or less. You activate it and it glows a light. Sometimes it's red, sometimes it's green. You can alternate the coloring as you see fit.
Oh
But
no,
other
it's
than
Christmas
that,
lights.
God, no. Red, green, blue, orange, yellow, all the colors of the rainbow. It's RGB! RGB heater!
Oh no, they're down here because they're all gamers and they need the cold in order to keep their gaming PCs cool. The elves were wiped out by gamers.
Alright. Well, when you get down to it, you need to separate different parts in each section differently, much similar to pigs. See, you can't just eat it whole, Polvari. You need to separate the light meat from the dark meat.
But Polvari doesn't eat it whole. That's Grandma. That's
Ow,
Grandma
ow,
that turns into
ow.
a kaiju and eats
Oh.
people.
And she's she's literally a garbage disposal.
She literally just grabbed some guy in combat and ate him.
Yeah, she did.
Then she
Grandma-
ate that fish man. And then
Grandma
turned around
needs
and
to-
disintegrated an aboleth.
Grandma needs to meet Eot. They'd get along.
They just eat things. It's what they do.
Yeah.
All right. This time it's probably at 11:30 or so.
Just realized I was muted for that. Feels
Oh.
good, man.
Oh, good job. Good
I
job.
was saying the first time she did that, she did it to a homunculus and it horrified Rawl, and it was wonderful.
Well, that was not necessarily because it was homunculus. It was because he'd never seen Grandma munch before.
Oh yeah, no, I know, but like, it's still just the thought of
It was
this
still
could have
power
been.
play.
Oh yeah, it was still fucking power.
It was still it was still very much a gamer move.
Hell yeah, pro gamer move.
So, do you guys make it to the Spire on time? Going to be early? Going to be late? Fashionably late? Late? Polvari late?
If we're Polvari late, we're just not showing up.
Yeah.
I was getting ready to say. Well, I love the distinction of light versus Polvari light. I love that. That's my favorite.
Well, see, Polvari very, very much ascribes to the old adage, a wizard is never late and they're never early. They arrive precisely when they mean to. Which means you're like, alright, meet me here at 6 tomorrow. And it'll be 6 the next week. And she'll be like, where the fuck are you? I'm waiting for you down by the spot, you prick.
Oh, God. Oh, so, are we going to go... When are we arriving?
Let's say 11:50. Because there's not much
Alright.
there that we want at the market. And also, Polvari's going to get us all kicked out of town.
And say,
Yeah.
careful.
She has probably already been written up numerous times for noise complaints.
Oh, yes, and they've been automatically added to your file. However, since you don't have a file...
Oh, imagine that. You're one of those people who, like, through some sheer coincidence get fucking zeroed out of the system. And you can just do whatever you want because you have no public record.
God. But there's nobody waiting in the lobby for you, but the elevator at the back is open.
I suppose we just go up.
You
Polvari
go
doesn't
in?
wait, she just hops into the elevator.
The bloodier the better. Oh, God. You're headed up, and this time when the door opens, the panel is full. Sitting in the center is Director Eckner. And in front of each of the other board members, there are plaques. So, in front of Santana, there is the title Director of Deep Blue and Protectorate of the Core. For there's another one sitting to his left, labeled Marcus Billner, Director of the Necromancy Research. To his right, there is Isolde. Isolde Eckner, daughter of Santana Eckner and Director of Transmutation Research. Also, there is Blinholt Trefont, Director of Illusion Research, Dobrovost Schlesky, the Director of Evocation Research, Susanna Novoselic, Director of Enchantment Research, Mahesh Nakarmi, Director of Divination Research, Haga Enho, Director of Conjuration Research, and Alana Castro, the Director of Abjuration Research.
Did we just walk into Sweden or something?
We just
Like,
walked into a fucking IKEA of nerds.
that's what I'm saying. I think we're in Sweden, guys. Everything just screams. They're all like, well, not blonde, but they're blue eyes, silver haired.
They're overly polite. They don't talk to strangers.
Oh my god, we're in like the twilight zone of
No.
Sweden.
A couple people that do stand out. Marcus Billner, sitting to his left, is an enormous man. He's easily 400 pounds.
Oh, so he's Kingpin.
Along with his, silvering, graying hair and his blue eyes, he's just a pudge, a ball of pudge. He's got these giant sausage fingers, and I mean sausage fingers.
Actually.
Those things, yeah. His skin is almost taken on a waxy tone. Just, you're almost wondering, is that jaundice? You set the blood aside for the sauce, did you? Of course you. But others, one of the other board members, Susanna Novoselic, is actually got an eye patch over her left eye. And the only person who really seems old out of this board is Haga. Haga Enho. He's definitely got instead of the silvery beard, he's got a little white beard. He's got these tiny little glasses over his eyes. He's a bit heftier, nowhere near as hefty as Billner, but kind of, he's heavier set. In some ways, he almost looks like Santa Claus, if Santa Claus dressed in a 3-piece suit. Pulvari, please make a will save.
She should be good at these because she's a wizard.
You're a Harry wizard. I mean, a fat wizard. I mean, a wizard, Harry.
I think that's good enough to resist the urge.
I was gonna say anything over 30.
But you can see, like, there's fucking beads of sweat going down her wide. She's very wide. Like, she looks like a normal person that got stretched a bit. So, like, she's got a big forehead. She doesn't quite have a 5 head. That's mostly because her hair's everywhere. You see these beads of sweat as she is just clenching onto her staff so tightly to not say anything about the guy that looks like Santa Claus. Yeah, 4.5 head. The guy who looks like Santa Claus, and especially the guy that she just wants to say fatty, fat, fat, fat. Fatty, fatty, 2x4, can't get through the kitchen door.
That's not very nice, Pulvari.
She's not very nice. Which is funny, because she's actually pretty pudgy herself.
I was going to say, says the lady whose nose has been broken so many fucking times, she can smell herself.
I was getting ready to say, hold on. That's just the reason she has so many fat jokes.
Like the
See,
thing
if her nose had a tongue, she could probably lick her own eyeball.
Probably. But,
that was a weird thing to say, but okay.
Sorry,
that was me.
Didn't someone call her fat and she just screamed, "I'm not fat! I'm stout!"
Oh, God.
Oh, yeah, it was one of the fucking fakers called her that. And it was the one that she fucking hydraulic pushed into a wall and it snapped his neck.
Oh, fuck. I forgot about that.
I remember that, yeah.
So. Oh, as you're standing there. All right. Director Eckner nods. Since everyone is here,
I believe the board shall. The board meeting shall, looking over at something on the table, begin. Topic of today's discussion. New incoming visitors. There has been a motion to grant them access as temporary citizens of Deep Blue. Isolde Eckner has agreed to speak in favor, and Dr. Marcus Billner has been elected to speak opposed.
That's the
We
fat
must-
guy, right?
Yes. The enormous man.
Oh, you see more.
She's got this massive bulging vein.
Yeah,
It's
she looks like she's about to have a fucking cerebral hemorrhage.
We will start with Mr. Billner, if you would please. Thank you. As he kind of straightens up in his chair as much as he can. You're good. Ladies and gentlemen of the board, it is come to my attention that we have had outsiders allowed into the city. I believe we all remember exactly what happened the last time that was allowed. It's only been 6 months, and I don't think I need to remind anyone of the irreparable damage that was caused. I believe that these groups of... looking at them just makes me... I believe that they are going to be no good for this city, and... Looking at Celadol in the back. I believe that... He's trying to peer through your hood, Celadol.
He notices him trying that and just gets this little mischievous smile.
Believe that... I believe that I move to adjourn for 3 hours for the purpose of interrogation. That Isolde speaks up. Denied and should be overruled. They have been here more than 24 hours. Any questioning should have been done inside of those 24 hours. That being said, I believe that it is my turn. Correct? looking at Santana. Defense. No. Do those speaking against wish to continue their discussion about why they should not be allowed, or are they going to stare at the subjects? Why? They shouldn't be allowed in because they were going to do irreparable damage. They should be cast off into the harbor at the very least. And I rest my case. Thank you. Director Eckner, please, you have 2 minutes to make your case. Of course. Ladies and gentlemen of the board, they are not here to cause any trouble. They're simply here to find some answers. They've been sent by outside sources. Outside sources that, may I remind you, not only do we trade with, but rely on for assistance from time to time. There is no reason why we should act as unwilling hosts. We should welcome them with open arms and allow them to have all necessary access until they find what they're looking for. That being said, there's no reason to run them off. I rest my case, Your Honor. Thank you. Do the subjects have anything to say on this matter? You have 2 minutes.
Celadon actually liked it. Well, go ahead, Daniel.
No, it's just like Aki looks pissed.
Oh.
They kind of insulted us a little bit there. And he's
Yeah, no, you
debating
didn't.
how many swings it would take to cut through the fat one.
Oh, don't worry. Hey, dude, don't worry. Tori's like probably
I could see
Like-
the Tootsie Roll commercial with that.
Exactly.
A 1, a 2, a 3.
How many whacks does it get to the
Center
squishy
of the
center?
Jolly Rancher man.
how many claw attacks did it take to sever the spinal cord of the fat man?
But walks forward is probably like that soft sound like his boots on the ground, then that rhythmic tink when he's putting his halberd down on it. But he's like, ladies and gentlemen of the board, though I suppose I speak without the and he like kind of smiles over towards the others, like, though perhaps I speak out of turn, being so quick to speak on behalf of all of my friends. I assure you that not only are we unfamiliar with whatever machinations the previous band of miscreants performed, but we are not here to wish ill harm upon you. Whether or not, no, despite some historical precedents otherwise, I'm trying to find a way where you I'm trying to think of like a subtle jab at, despite the fact you stole this city, and I know that, despite the fact of our relations to the outside world, and via that, the former occupants of this town, of this city, it is
That
with-
there is kind of looks cast upon each other at the board. Go ahead.
I'm also trying to. This is the hard part with playing him, is he always says things in such a way that he's letting on that he knows a lot more than he's saying without it being blatant.
I like one thick pancakes.
Yeah, despite
Despite your
blatant-
blatant genocide.
We seek only to find the answers we've come for, and then a swift road back to the surface. If there are no further questions, and he turns to look at the fat man at that with that smile.
I believe there is time for 3 questions. Marcus Billner and Isolde Eckner will not be allowed to question. They are defense and prosecution, respectively. Schlesky, Novoselic, Nakami, Enho, Castro. You have 2 minutes to ask questions. At that, Schlesky kind of sits up. This guy is, rather than being, he's tall, but he's bulky. He looks like he spends quite a bit of time in the gym. Sitting forward, he puts on a pair of horn-rimmed glasses, sits forward. Well, it seems, according to this report here, that you were originally unwilling to explain why exactly you were here. Would you care to elaborate on that at all?
He takes his hand, he switches the halberd over to his other hand, lets his robe sleeve fall back so they can see his arm, and he's like, more often than not, people do not believe me when I say why I'm here.
Everybody is staring at your arm, by the way.
Yeah.
Then, would you be kind enough to tell us why you are? Whether or not we believe you?
I am nothing more than a simple traveler and scholar. This is a mark of my connection to an ancient power.
A power. Interesting. No further questions. At this, the man sitting in front of the plaque. There you go. Labeled Blinholt Trefont sits forward. He's the smallest of any of the people on the board. He's got kind of this quiet manner about him. You see, he's very still. He doesn't fidget. Yes, be that as it may, from what I understand, you are not with the rest of this group. If I may be so bold, could the rest of your group explain what it is you want with Deep Blue?
She
Key smeared.
smiles at him at that and is like, "You are more clever than I would have first suspected. You are a worthy adversary in the art of debate. But such is not for me to reveal." Look over to the others.
Key and Samir look at Polvari. She's the best deceptive person.
Yeah, she's still like almost frothing, not trying to say anything at the big fat man that just called her out.
I fucking love it.
Well, similar to our pole proportioned friend here, we too are investigating some happenings that have vested interest in the goings on of the surface world. And also we are looking, if I might be so bold as to ask you a question about the Nancys who've been through here before us. Was there a dwarf among them?
Make me a perception roll.
Come on, Polvari, this is where you need to be good.
Ooh.
You catch a sidelong glance from Santana directly to Blinhold.
Oh, is there something you'd like to share with the class?
He looks back at you. He looks at you. This is time for questioning, not time for quippy remarks. Please answer the question.
Well, we're looking for a man what named Robert of Denwood, or he might call himself Bob. You might recognize him from his oversized arms that are about as thick as his fucking dense head, and the fact that he's a bitch.
God damn it.
Polvari, I'm actually gonna need you to make me a persuasion roll here, or diplomacy roll here.
Oh no, she has no modifier in that. She doesn't even have a plus from charisma because she has a
Can
charisma
I
of
help?
10.
Can I help with that? Can I help with that?
You're gonna have to do some talking here if you want to take away, if you want to help. Okay.
Ah, fuck. I have such good diplomacy, though. Oh, I don't have anything to add because I don't know Bob.
You could just try and make it not sound like she's being a fucking vindictive cunt.
Yeah, you know what? Yeah, I got you. I got you. Hold on. I'm gonna first. You mind if I roll that first?
Go right ahead.
Much better.
I know. What my associate is trying to say is we are looking for a very large, muscular dwarf. He's can you describe him in my ear with less profanity, real quick?
Fine. He's about what? And she holds up her hand to about how tall Bob is. Thick red bait, bigger than mine, thicker than mine. Comes down right to his. He tucks it in his belt. It's so long. Got thick corded arms, probably from working the forge all the time. Doesn't quite speak like most dwarves. I mean, could just be from the fact that even when you listen to his name, it ain't proper dwarven name. What dwarf would be named Bob? Usually you find him wearing some sleeveless, usually black and red. Carrying around a mark of Desna or a star knife on his back.
At the mention of Desna, there are lots of looks exchanged across people all across the board.
She very plainly like throws up her arms in frustration at like, oh my god, everyone's got these secrets. Alright, we're here to look at some old temples. And if I tell you why, you're gonna think I'm fucking crazy, but here it goes. Fucking Yomade said we need to do it. And you don't exactly go around and tell someone who became a fucking god because she was such a badass, no.
I second that motion.
It seems we have time for one more question.
Better not be to me. She slips back.
Director Enho, if you would please. This time the Santa Claus man sits up. Yes,
Director
of
ho
course.
ho ho.
Enho ho ho. Sits up, strokes his white beard. You say you are looking for Bob.
You want me to handle this?
Yeah. Because
Is
this might
that-
require diplomacy rolls.
You mentioned the name Desna.
Yes.
Does this mean you are going to be looking into the abandoned temples to the south?
If that is
Yes. Is that a problem?
I believe that's all the time we have for questioning.
Fucking answer.
Have the board members made their decisions? You see some nods across. Then I move we go for a vote. All who would allow these visitors to stay, say aye. Or raise your hand. And you see Isolda? If they vote you out, fireball. Isolda raises her hand. Raises his hand. Let's see. You see.
Does Santa Claus raise his hand?
That was Santa Claus.
Okay.
Let's see. One, two.
We're just always gonna forget his name and just call him Santa Claus.
Yeah, I had already forgotten his name. I'm sorry.
It's Enho. I'll remember Enho because Enho ho ho.
ho 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 ho.
You see the lady with the eye patch raise her hand.
Alright.
They Captain Jimmy.
You see the other lady on the board, Alana Castro, raise her hand, and you notice that the director of the board, Santana, is not raising his hand. But after a short moment, you see Blinholt quietly raise his hand.
Fat man?
No, this is the quiet,
the
thin
quiet
guy.
man.
Yes.
Sorry, they have.
No,
I think they
Thin
have...
Man is not. No, Thin Man actually is when Blinholt brings up his hand, Marcus. Actually, you see his face darken into something closer to a stormy appearance.
We're gonna give him a heart attack.
All right, all opposed, and then Schlesky, Mahesh, and Marcus raise their hands. Very well. It is agreed. Welcome, temporary residents of Deep Blue.
Okay, so don't fireball.
Don't fireball.
Wonderful.
All we need to do here is make sure that Agatha handles the diplomacy checks.
Yeah, don't let Polvari do talking for you. She's... Unless it's intimidate. She is trained in intimidation. And
So
deception.
is Agatha. Agatha's master in deception.
So's Celadon.
Yeah, nope.
You will all be granted temporary citizenship and access to the common areas. However, considering you are not going to be members of any one school of magic research, you will not be allowed into the labs. That being said, you will still be allowed into Board Row,
Board row is he says, kind of picking up shuffling papers, much to you see everyone just kind of turn and shooting daggers at him. Board row is the private abodes of the board members here. Like any other citizen, you will be allowed to come and talk to us at any time, and we will be beholden to your your questions. That being said, please understand that there are certain things we will not be able to talk about. That is under NDA. Are there any questions?
I'm under NDA. No, I was kidding.
You do not mind if we investigate these temples?
The temples are outside the walls and therefore outside our jurisdiction. Please be warned, however, that they are dangerous and have been condemned for the past 50 years.
He just, like, taps his halberd and is like, I believe we're no strangers to danger.
Understood. Please also understand that while weapons are not forbidden in the city, any attack will be met with lethal force. As you've seen, there are plenty of security golems, and each one of them will defend citizens as if they were their own. That being said, you being a citizen, you all being temporary citizens, the ice golems will protect you as well inside the city walls.
Okay.
Understood.
Any other questions?
I have none.
Then I have one last request. Go ahead.
I was just gonna say, you see Pulvari shutting her mouth again as she's tempted so bad to be like, how the fuck well is he eating? Look at him, he's fucking massive. But she's...
Well, you have been told that the directors have separate residences from everybody else.
yeah,
They
that's
get
why
separate residences, you know.
I was about to say, I mean, fucking burn down Fat Man's house.
Jesus.
We're gonna do that before we leave. That'll be our on the way out thing. Because we have, it's tradition. Every city we leave, either we set on fire or Deidre sets
Or
on
get
fire.
set on fire.
That is
So
true.
let's us set this one on fire by burning down the Fat Man's house.
You can't see me, but you don't know how hard I am smiling now.
Oh
I
no!
I feel like Mike running a Call of Cthulhu campaign.
He
right
wants us to burn the Fat Man's house down. Don't burn it down!
Well, now we can't.
That being said, I have one last request for you. If you find yourselves outside of the walls and are in a position where you must flee, please do not flee to the city. Remove your tail before you return. As much as we have security here, it would not do well for some of the creatures living in these caverns to find our home.
I assure you, that will not be a problem.
You may continue either living with Grelka in the Crooked Spire Tavern. Unfortunately, we do not have any room inside the walls.
No room or no room for... And she motions to herself and the Davabars.
No room. If they are going to live here, I have one question.
Do you have a
Yes.
snack?
Yes. Are they going to be allowed through the main street of the labs like other citizens? That is traditionally a free zone where all can go through. It's funny you should mention that. I was just getting to that. Yes, they are. I would like to deny them that passage.
No, Dab.
Motion denied.
Oh, get shit on, Fat
I
Man.
believe we should take that up to a vote among the board.
Got him.
I am overruling that vote. They will have access like any other citizen. We may be secretive, but we are not here to run them out of town.
We are not assholes yet.
Celadol probably crystal hand to his chest and bows his head. And he's like, "Thank you for this kindness." With that cutting little smile towards Marcus.
And I think we will end that here for today.
So hold on.
Get
So
good.
is that? Do we have a
Go ahead.
Santa and a Krampus?
We do.
Is Fat Man Krampus? We're calling him Krampus. He's our Krampus.
You have Kris Kringle and Krampus.
Yep.
No, we have Kris Kringle and we have Krispy Kreme.
God damn it.
Alrighty. That being said, we are definitely a little over time. So, I think we are going to end that there. Let's get some sign-offs. Let's start with James.
Hi-ho, friendolas. My name is James, otherwise known as Nightheart. You've caught me here today, bringing back from her long-time absence, back on Sunday, the Queen of Mean, the bitch with the best. It's Polvari! And Celadol, who's from another... Yeah. It can't see me, a fireball now! And Celadol, the not nearly as fun to play, but a lot more useful in social situations.
I was going to say more personable.
Elven Noble, with many, many secrets. You can also catch me here on Mondays sometimes, where I play as part of the crew of the Fire Strike, where I play Serald Silverchild, who might as well be called S, because he's pretty much L, except hopefully he doesn't get murdered by a book. We'll have to wait and see. Book murder may still be on the table. And in a couple of weeks, we are taking a 2-week hiatus on Project Severovo, but you can find me in Project Severovo, the game where the fourth wall has been demolished and will never be repaired, where I play myself, I guess, as well as Olsek Malganovich, the KGB lieutenant who has officially decided, fuck this, yo. And yeah, that's that. That's all I'm in.
Not just a way to cook
Alrighty.
crumbles.
Let's go to Gary.
Howdy, it's your Text One. You've caught me here playing Agatha and Torzek, the two mythic characters that have been mentioned time and again throughout a lot of Grandma's career. It's been a fun time, a fun first session playing them, and I'm interested to see where they go, and very interested to get their spell list on the sheet because I forgot to do that. But also, you know, it's an interesting thing. But yeah, no, I'm very ready to see where this goes, and I'm very excited for the path that it will take. Right, and also if you want to catch me in another game, you can catch me on Thursdays after the Heights, where, as James said, the fourth wall has been demolished. It was bulldozed, and it's never, ever coming back. But, I mean, do we really want it to? Yeah, you can catch me there playing possibly myself or the Angry Russian Man with, I mean, he's not even really been angry. He just sort of hangs out with angry people. It's not okay. He has weird friends. But yeah, he has bums. It's fine. It's normal, probably. Yeah. On a side note, I don't know how I'm gonna. I've been trying to figure out a voice for Torzak, and I just can't. Which is why he hasn't said anything today, like at all. He'll get there. And after that, I'm passing it down the line.
All right, I think that's everybody.
What? Oh,
Teasing. Go ahead, Daniel.
it's okay. No, it's okay. What up? I'm Sass McNasty 69, aka Daniel. I played Samir Amari and Aki Frostwalker, who are perfectly at home here, and at the same time, not, because they're underground. They don't like that. Oh my god. Ugh. Ugh, underground. Where's the stars? I miss the stars. But yeah, we're gonna go investigate some temples. I'm excited. I'm gonna make religion rolls out the ass. Uh, but beyond that, you can catch me on every other Saturday, so 2 Saturdays from now, in the Bitter Inns as Eot, the little boy who eats everything and makes things awkward. But that was all because Amy Gedden couldn't roll right. Jeez, Amy. And then on... Wait, that's it. All right, and you can also catch me here again, back as Kirik Asoki, the Ratfolk Witch, later on.
Alrighty.
Yeah, that's everything.
And my name is Cyrus Smith. You just saw me running Tales from the Cosmos today, where our band of intrepid adventurers, you know, I'm proud of them. They didn't kill anything, which is kind of difficult for some of these people.
What about the worm? Is it still alive?
It didn't die.
It doesn't want to be alive anymore, considering it's probably covered in third-degree burns.
Very true.
On the bright side, that means that its nerve endings are probably like fucking gone. So it doesn't feel pain anymore. It just suffers. It takes the damage, but feels nothing. Our attacks are now useless.
I mean, it fucking bulldozed its way through a wall of fire, and now it probably smells like good home country cooking. Something's going to find it and eat it.
That motherfucker bulldozed through fire with a fire vulnerability. Honestly proud.
Oh god. But you can let's see. I guarantee you there will be things to kill. Outside the walls is a very dangerous place. I promise you that. You can also find me on, let's see, tomorrow we're going to be in Monday Night Fire Strike, where I'll be playing Twinkle Bailey, the isekai who is, to be honest, I don't know what we're doing right now. I think we're still dealing with... you're just going to have to tune in, guys, because I've completely forgotten. You can also find me on Slow Roast the Ice Worm. I like it. You can also find me on Tuesday, where we're playing Don't Seattle for Anything Less, where I'm playing Drifter, the little old lady who loves nothing more than to run people over with her truck. You can also find me on... Thursday in Project Severovo, where I am playing Anatoly Bashenko, the sharpshooter, who's starting to go a little insane. I mean, he literally just used an excuse to get Avanad out of the place, and it fucking worked too. He's like, "Oh, I forgot the bread at the bakery. Go get the bread." And I never made any bread. But somehow, he came back with bread. So, perfect. You can also find me, well, it brings us back to Sunday. So that's everything from me. Oh, I'm going to shamelessly plug myself here. If you want to see more of... Well, you don't actually see me. But if you want to hang out on a Friday and just build some computers, follow me on Twitch, because we're going to build some computers. I think you can find me on, Cyrus Smith __, not 1 _, 2 of them. And, yeah, we'll have some fun. How's that sound? Shameless plug for myself. Sorry.
It's okay, you earned it. Also, Mike plugs his SoundCloud, so like...
That's why I kind of didn't feel too bad, but...
I should plug myself, but nah. That's gay.
That's okay.
Oh, okay. Thanks.
No,
That's okay. I'll plug you for you. Hey,
thank you.
go
I was
follow
making...
Twitch.
No. I was making a joke about plugging.
Jesus.
Oh my god,
Oh.
can we stop? Can we stop?
All right. Let's
Rip.
get out of here on and oh god.
All
what do
right,
we-
I
Twitch
swear.
audience?
R.I.P. Twitch audience.
No,
all right.
probably R.I.P. Iceworm.
All right.
Or
Fine.
Batman.
R.I.P. Arthur.
Yeah.
R.I.P.
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 Iceworm.